Oh my god. Hello. I did nothing today. Actually, no, that's not true. I edited today. I'm so proud of myself. Anyway, hello everyone. I hope you're all doing good. Hop on Fortnite. I'm playing Pokemon. I can't do that. I can't do that. Hi Falco, how's it going? I'm doing good today. But yeah, hi Jade, hi Cyrus. Enoch's not here anymore. How are you doing? I hope you're all doing okay. But yeah, I don't know. I've been really enjoying Black. I think, like, I don't know, just so far, I think I like it more than Platinum at least, which is kind of funny that I already like it more. But yeah, I don't know, it's just been so fast, and that's why I like it, you know? I don't know, maybe just to me. Pocketing monsters today? Yeah. This is my first time playing Pokemon White. Well, this is my second stream of my first playthrough of Pokemon White. I just beat the third gym, and then I beat Sharon, and now he's like crying like a little bitch or something, so yeah. I spent a bunch of hours in the Platinum trying to get everything for the villa. I don't know. It's speed, like Gen 4's speed just... I don't know, it's just so annoying to me. Because, you know, playing Gen 3 and then going to Gen 4, it's just, I don't know. It's so... It's just so jarring. Like, I don't know. And that... It does kind of, like, dunk a lot of points for me. That's why. Gen 5 is good, yeah. But Gen 5 is so fast. Like I kept saying this the first stream. I said I felt like I was on crack because of how fast Gen 5 was going compared to Gen 4. Like, bro, it's like actual, like, crack. I don't know. I'm just on cocaine or something. I don't know. It's insane. It's just insane how fast it is. Gen 5 might be my favorite. A good amount of favorite Pokemon come from Black and White. Mine too, actually. So let's see. We have Chandelure. We have Electros. We have a bunch of others that I'm probably not remembering. And yeah. If I see them, I'll remember them. Actually, wait. Cofagrigus comes from me, right? Right? Yeah. A lot of ghost types. Like, a lot of my favorite ghost types come from Black and White. I realized it's kind of funny. Let me open the ROM before I forget. And then let me go here, and then let me go here.
Here you go.
For liking Cofagrigus, I can never say Cofagrigus' name. But yeah, holy moly, what? Tilted again are my favorite non-grassler. Oh my god, I love Petlil. Also, wait, I love Sewaddle, not because of what it looks like, because of its name. I love Sewaddle's name. I love just saying Sewaddle, and that's why whenever I encounter one, I just say its name. I literally just say Sewaddle. Why does it think I'm in winter? I don't understand this. Like, the date is set to my day. I don't know why it does this. So I did look up where to find the XP shares, because I kind of realized, oh wait, in Gen 5 they're very important, because it's a very long game. So I'm gonna go get the XP share. It's a bit... yeah, I guess. I don't know why he thinks I'm in winter. Also, wait, Jade, you said you're in bed. Are you going to bed? Like, sleep? Or is it just like you're laying in bed? Because I don't know. I don't know what time zone you're in, but it's like, it's so early to go to bed. I don't know. Oh, to sleep that time? Yeah, that makes sense. I love bed rotting. Actually, when I'm not streaming, I usually bed rot around this time. If I don't stream, I bed rot. It's kind of funny. We'll work in this morning at Pokemon battles now. Opinion battles appear to be strong, but if you could go upstairs, please be extra careful. Nap time? I love nap time. It's 3 PM for you? Oh, wait. Oh, you're in Pacific. I see. I know a lot of people in Pacific time. Bed rot is one of life's many pleasures. I love bed rotting. Yeah, I don't know. This is just prime bed rotting time. I don't know. It is just how it be. So I just fight everyone.
Here you go.
Okay, I
Have a
can fight
hot
everyone.
pot.
Hi Blade, how's it going? Bed runnings's on my resume. Bed running is like one of the things I can do. I don't know. Oh my god, Woobat. But yeah, bed running is one of the things I can do. I forgot I named you this. And I don't know why. Alright, you can kill him. Yeah, you can kill him. Please don't die. It's raining down in text after lunch, probably nap time. Why do I always get crit? I don't understand. Okay, I got a crit. Sure, whatever. Sandal, yeah. Because alligator? Yeah, hi Cohen. How are you? I'm doing good. Also, hi Voodoo. Is what do you want to lead forward with Eruption Typhlosion Omega Ruby? Well, should I play Omega Ruby? I played Emerald already. I don't know if I should play Omega Ruby though. Maybe after I beat Cinnamon. Cause yeah, so my plan is to do after this Black and White 2 and then X and Y and then Cinnamon, obviously. But I'm gonna play Ultra Cinnamon. Not just Cinnamon. Oh, you do fight me. Should I play Alpha Sapphire? Okay. I'll do it then. Because I do like Emerald. So I don't know. I was just asking because I don't know if it's different enough. That's why. But I guess if it's different enough, I can do it. Because that was my concern. I didn't know if it was different enough. That's why for Gen 2, I played Soul Silver Omega or Soul Silver Heart Gold. I did not want to, you know. Also, I just don't want to play actual Gen 1 and 2 because I don't know. I feel like I just would not like it. I know I wouldn't like it actually. Omega Ruby and Sapphire are good. If you like straight or definitely upgrade, not clean Mega Sun stuff. Oh wait, they have. Oh right, they have Megas, huh? Oh my god, I love Megas. You can pass on Gen 2, yeah. Back in my day, we had Gen 1 and we liked it. No, I don't think I'd like actual Gen 1 and Gen 2. I think the remakes are good enough for me. So Waddle. See, I told you I had to say its name every single time I see it. I love Sawaddle. I love this little freak. Okay, let's see. I didn't name this guy. And that's what you get when you combine OG Rune Sapphire, but the remakes are just Gen 3. I see. But way better. I see. I like playing Dogen Turn sound sake, but it's so slow playing since you don't have the. Yeah. That's why I don't know. I don't like it when Pokemon is slow. And it's specifically Pokemon, because I played slow RPGs before and I liked them, but for some reason, like, if it's Pokemon and it's slow, it just feels so much more aggravating. Like, I don't know what it is about it. Like, I play Final Fantasy. I know slow games, but oh my god. Gen 5 Bugtie's gotta be one of my favorite genders. I was gonna say, I don't think I have anything for you, but yeah. Depends mainly on which exclusives you want more. We'll see, because exclusives isn't really a thing that I care about, because I kind of just, I make up a team before I go in, and then I just, like, you know, go with that team specifically, and I never change anything about it. That's how I like playing Pokemon. I like planning shit, and, you know, if I suffer, then I suffer. So it's mainly the legendary for me. So I guess I'll just go with, I don't know, fucking... I know which one's the right choice, but I know which one I want to go with. Because, like, there's actually, like, an objective right choice. But there's also the choice that I want to go with, so it's like, yeah. I don't know which one Pansage is. I think it's the grass one. Play based on vibes? True. Actually, true. Okay, I guess right. Yippee! And now it's the water one, right? Yeah. I don't think I have anything for that. I mean, I have you, but you suck. So I'm gonna platinum on the third versions. Yeah, I know this. Google for Gookie was a thing. He had a Pansage Harvest expansion when I was little. I hate the monkeys actually. Like, sorry, but I don't know. I hate them. When I yeah, you suck. When I got my monkey, I literally just and I didn't have to use it anymore. I literally just I released it, and that was my first and only time I released a Pokemon. And honestly, it felt good. I don't know. It feels like it deserves it. I don't know. It honestly deserves that. I don't hate the design, but there's much not to desire. It's not just that; it's also that you're just weak as fuck, and that's why I hate them. You're the Pokemon trainer I met at the entrance. You come this far, that means you must be quite strong. You're prepared to face the strongest person in this building. Yes, I guess I can beat you. I have a lot of Pokemon. I get why people don't like the elemental monkeys. I hate Panfords, to be honest. I don't know. Same Sage have a soft spot for. No, I hate all of them. Oh my god, Trubbish! Did I ever tell you that one of the only shinies I got in ZA was Trubbish? I only got two Trubbishes, or I only got two shinies in ZA. One was a Trubbish, the other was a Patrat. Like the alligator stars. Oh my god, do you love Fuecoco? I have a Fuecoco plush on my bed right now. Actually, I love Fuecoco. Fuecoco is so cute. Minccino. That's I don't got anything for that. I guess you. Is there no thoughts in it? Yes, I love it. But yeah, the shiny Trubbish I didn't really mind because I think Trubbish is a little cute. But the shiny Patrat that made me want to kill it and then myself. I have a Skeledirge plush. Yeah, I love Fuecoco. Why am I getting slapped? Thank you. I was getting slapped the entire time. Oh my god, 5 stream streak. Let's go. I have it on my bed right now, like the plush. I also have a blue shell plush. Game we should play is Pokemon Emerald Imperium. That sounds like a mod. But, you know, modding is easy, so I can do that. I modded Breath of the Wild, so, you know, I can do it. Hello. Was I doing, yeah, this. Actually, modding Breath of the Wild was, like, one of the worst experiences I've ever had. I literally stayed up until 1 a.m. modding Breath of the Wild. It sucked so much. I hated doing it, but I had to do it for Tuesday's stream, so I'm just like, oh my fucking god. So yeah, you know? I've seen the pics of my plushies, but if you have, I don't need to tell you. Yeah, I know you have a lot of plushies. Right now, I only have a few plushies, because there's some just on my drawer. Actually, most of my plushies are on my drawer. And they're mainly all Splatoon. I'm looking at them right now. I don't know why I'm looking at them right now. Okay, and then on my bed, I have a bat, because of course I do. I have a blue shell. I have my Coco. I have a little cruise ship because I went on a cruise ship and I got a plush from it. That's literally just the cruise ship, but a plush. And then I have a stuffed animal that my stepmom gave me. It's just a little bear. And that's it. That's all I have. Hi Envy, how's it going? And then on my drawer, okay, let's see, I have a squid. I have a pink squid. I have a purple Splatoon squid. I have an actual octopus I think I got at an aquarium. I have a blue Splatoon squid. I have Kirby. I have Jigglypuff. I have a... When did I get a fucking sock monkey? I have a sock monkey. I have Petey Piranha. And I think there's something under them that I can't see. But yeah, I have a plush. My model reminds me of Shantae. It's probably the twin tails that I have, because of alternate hair. This isn't my main hair. I have other hair, but yeah. That's so cute. I love plushies. I love my plushies too. I love all my plushies. But yeah. So, I used to have more. I used to have like a shitload of Mario plushies actually, because I was so into Mario. And then I sold them all because I didn't really need them, but I needed the money, so yeah. So I sold them all. Actually, wait, I also have an Esper. I have like a little plush Esper keychain. I also have a little Keldeo somewhere. I didn't want the Keldeo, but someone gave me the Keldeo, so I just have the Keldeo now. Because I don't really like Keldeo, but you know, it's Keldeo, so whatever. Hi Ty, how's it going? I need your opinion on my Splatoon OC. I don't know how you can send it. I don't know how you can see it. I can't really go on TikTok right now. I'm just reading the chat through an OBS plugin. And if it's your profile picture, I can't see it. I'm installing my community push goes for over 1K on eBay. Yeah, I didn't really care about. Well, that's not true. I cared about my plushies, but I needed the money more than I needed my plushies, so I kind of just sold them. I can do what happened with my Twilight Princess. Did it get lost? Because I was in a tight spot, so yeah. But now I'm not. So I am kind of glad I sold them. So I gotta do, yeah. I mean, all these Mario plushies, like, are very common anyway, so I could just buy them again if I really cared. Cause I see them everywhere. It didn't work? Oh my god. That sucks. I like my Pokemon stream because it just feels like glorified just chatting. I don't know. Until something insane happens to me and then I react and get a clip off of it. Like Mario plushies are basically everything, yeah. Like the Mario plushies are so common. That's why. And that's why I don't really care. Though I do want to go to. So I don't know when this will happen because this has been in talks for a while, but I am going to Japan. Like in the future. This will be like, I don't know, a year or two from now though. I want to go to Super Nintendo World or like, you know, anything Nintendo related. I just want to see what I can get. It'll probably just be like a lot of Pokemon and Splatoon stuff, but yeah. He's half Octoling, half Hisuian Typhlosion. Oh, that sounds interesting actually. You got a refund for it? Oh, that's nice. Hope you enjoy it. Yeah, we'll see though. Because I've been talking about it with my partner, and she's a huge Pokemon nerd. Like, she actually plays competitive Pokemon. She knows everything about Pokemon, like literally, and I don't. You know, she's what got me into Pokemon. So it's like, yeah. So it's like, yeah. I think that's good. Yeah. So it's like, yeah, that's awesome. Yeah. So we'll see. And that's why I'm playing Pokemon. That's sweet. Yeah. I love Pokemon. In Japan had a Pokemon Park too. Oh yeah, the Pokemon Park. We wanted to go there actually. That's actually like what got me to convince her to go was the Pokemon Park. Her Pokemon autism is too strong. Did I miss? One goes for Zelda and the other. Yeah. That's honestly how it is. It has help making a price for a PC you're selling. Yes. Wait, yes, 6 PCs? What the fuck? Honestly, you gotta sell that shit because you know how RAM is nowadays. I mean, unless you want to actually sell it, but you know, we'll see. Actually, no, because like everything's so bad. Like, if you do like a really high price and it's actually like good, like people will buy it. But you know, that's just like my shit business brain. Who's your favorite Pokemon, if you don't mind sharing? My favorite Pokemon is Noibat or Lunala. Because of course it is. But yeah. That's just how it be. Bro, is Blitzel just shit? Like, bro, I don't understand. We're gonna go to Retro Game Store for Twilight Princess. Actually, that's a good idea. We should go to Japan to see all the Pokemon stores. I love them. Minus your super birthday, we got another PC and oh my god. Why would you do that? You should actually just get a Switch too. Get Splatoon Raiders, bro. Get Mario Kart. A lot of people still play Mario Kart online. I love Mario Kart. I should do a Mario Kart stream one day. Again. Does my partner stream? No. She only works. Actually, she's yeah, because she always works, she's like barely in my stream too. She shows up sometimes, like I said, and she'll just like get like 5 or 10 subs, and then she'll just and she'll just like leave after because he has to like do something. I honestly, it's really funny. We gotta run Mario Kart again. Yeah, I need to play Mario Kart again. It's been a while since I played Mario Kart because I've been so addicted to the Raiders, just carrying everyone. What is Rock? Oh wait, Rock is weak against you, right? I don't need a rock and roll up. But yeah, like I said, I love my Pokemon streams because they're just glorified just chatting. Like I love chatting with you guys. I think honestly this will help me a lot with just chatting. I'm gonna take the Star Fox into launch. I want to play Star Fox. I don't know when I'll do it though, because I honestly I was not expecting to get Star Fox that soon because of you. I was just kind of just put it on there and like no one bought it. I was gonna buy it myself, and then you know, because I had plans. I already had like my plans for everything, and then that happens. I was like, oh okay, that's cool. Some games are just good talking games. Yeah, and Pokemon's one of them. Timber. What is fight weak against? It's not dark, right? Dark, yeah. I forgot. You know what? I'll just stay here and kill him. I don't want you to experience it. Plus, you're like one of the people I know what to switch to. I mean, I've already experienced Star Fox because I played 64 and I played 0. I was gonna say Assault. I've never played Assault. I played 0. So I already know, since it is a remake. But I heard it's a really good remake. So I could just play it. We'll see. I keep pressing the wrong thing. It's a fantastic remake. Flying and Psychic. Yeah, I don't have either. Well, I do, but I'm gonna get rid of it. That's why. Embargo. Friends of target for music talent item. It's training. You know what? That could be better than Torment because I don't know. I don't really care about Torment. Those are kind of good though. My favorite game of all time. Because let's see. Yeah, I'm playing Breath of the Wild, and you know how long that'll take. That's gonna be like, I don't know, until the end of the year, bro. I'm gonna be playing that shit until the end of the year. And then Raiders became like my main game, but I'm playing that on like Friday. I also want to play Mario Karts on Fridays because funny. You get it when you get to it, yeah. And then you know I'm playing Pokemon just like all the time, like until I get to Sun and Moon, basically. But actually, even after, I'll probably still play Pokemon. I'll probably like do like I don't know, like Omega Ruby or like you know shit like that. And then Saturdays are just my horror game days. So it's like I don't know. It kind of just sucks. I don't know. I have no time. Breath of the Wild's so good. I know. I love it. That's why I'm streaming it. Because it's been a while since I played it. I last played it, like, you know, when it came out, but I was addicted to that game. I played that game for like a year straight, I'm pretty sure. Just every single day, I would play that game. And yeah. Stands for zero, Rockstar Ground can yay. Okay, yeah. I don't mean to brag, but I'm a Dig Pro. I'll give me this. Oh my god, Dig, yay. I mean, I don't need it, but yay. As long as you're having fun, go crazy with it. Yeah, and I also modded Breath of the Wild too. That like I was saying. So you know, it's also just I don't know. I just be doing shit, bro. That's it. That's really it. I just be doing shit. Yeah. I put in, you know, the Linkle mod. Because of course I had to. I don't play the Wii version of Breath of the Wild. Oh my god. Actually, to mod, the Wii version is way better. And you know, that's also just because Semu is also just better than the Switch Emu. So again, the thing I was promising on another box of full. Oh my god. That sucks. Okay, you know, I thought you were fast enough, but you're not fast enough. Fuck, do I really have to put you in? You're gonna die. But I guess you're fast enough, so whatever. I need a Pokemon. If you couldn't tell, no, not you. I already have you. But yeah, also, Breath of the Wild on Semu runs so good because you could just put it at like, you know, set like above 60 FPS and it looks so good. You could also just up the render distance and like I said, it looks so good. You could also just change the lighting engine. For some reason, you can do that. And it looks so good. And yes, I did do that too. And like I said, I added like a bunch of Linkle mods. Well, I shouldn't say a bunch. A lot of them just came with the Linkle mod itself, so yeah. Kind of funny. I can't get the Pokemon I want, bro. I can't get it. What the fuck? I don't know what the chance was. I forgot. I know it's here, but I don't know what the chance was. But I want it. I need it, actually. You know, it's probably a low chance because it's a good Pokemon. Are you looking for Sigilyphs? Yeah. I am. Hi, Dari. How's it going? Bro, every 5 seconds I'm gonna hear like this song. Peak? Yeah, this is Peak. I can't find it. Bro, this usually happens. I told you. I know, buddy. But you trying to get Sigilyph? Listen to front of your flying and type out. Yeah. I need it. You're Eevee? Oh my god, everyone's Eevee right now. Is this just an Eevee time or is it just an Eevee day? You know, much to think about. Heard there are hot clowns in the area? True. Please. Please, 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 please. No. Oh my god, fucking Scraggy. What the hell? I didn't know you could find Scraggy. Bro, there's so many Pokemon you can find here. Sundays are just Eevee day. I see. Honestly, that makes sense. But Sundays are usually my best days too, so I don't know. Saturday did so well. I don't know why. Saturday just did so good. It was honestly kind of insane. I can't find it. I gotta hear the fucking song. Like every 5 seconds. Does it honk? It do. I'm gonna go insane. You know what? If this is already bad, because I think Sigilyph, like, already has, like, higher odds than the other Pokemon I want, oh my god. I'm gonna hate it. I'm gonna hate it so much. Is it? Yeah, it is here. It's literally in this exact area. Hang on, I'm looking at Sigilyph odds. Oh, it's a 10% chance. No, it's this area. It says Desert Resort. I'm in the Desert Resort. Yeah, I'm in the Desert Resort, right? Yeah, because this is Route 4. And then this is Desert Resort. Yeah, so I'm in the Desert Resort. It is here. But I keep finding useless Pokemon I don't want. You know what? Look at this Pokeball for no reason. I love that I can just do that. I hope fucking Citra has an option for me to do that too. Because if it doesn't, then I don't know how I'm gonna do it, actually. Because I kind of just look at the left side of the screen, and then when it tells me to look at the bottom screen, I just change it. Like that. But yeah. Because I'm just pressing a button on my controller to change it. That's how I did it. You'll find it. I don't think I will. I don't think I will. Wait. Hang on. I got to the counter immediately. Okay, no, whatever. 6 gym leaders, my West Indian treat her with respect. I'm gonna kill her. Once I find the electric type I want. Oh my god, never gamble on 10%, bro. Never gamble on a fucking 10%. And then the other Pokemon I want is an even lower chance. It's the electric type I want. But it's like, bro. Electros, yeah. That's an 8% chance, right? See, I'm bad at gambling. My luck is horrible. So this'll take like an hour. That's your favorite Mon? You see, I got the XP share for 2 Pokemon specifically. I got it for Litwick, and I got it for Tynamo. Because you know how long they take to evolve, and you know how late you get them in the game. So I kind of need the XP share for them. I guess I could also put it on my Sandile like I did. Just so it'll get to Crocodile faster. Or what is it, Krokorok? But yeah, whatever. Desert Resort entrance is not House of Glyphs. Oh my god. That's crazy. Battling a Tynamo is a pain, especially. Oh my god. Yeah, but in ZA it has like the. Do you heal me? I need someone to heal me. But in ZA it has the XP share though. So it's a little easier. Okay, so this is the Desert Resort, I guess. I'm a school kid, so I know this. Just like a game to get rid of Pokemon almost anywhere. Oh, okay, yay, bye. I don't want to fight the actual trainers. I just want. Oh wait, you heal me. But I think I need to fight you. Yeah, okay. Yeah, Titans only got like 3 moves. That is true. Hi, Phantom, how's it going? Siege's here? Okay. Oh my god, Solosis! Okay, I have a funny story about Solosis. So, my partner is a programmer. That's the job she does. She made a little shitty game when she was like a teenager about it was like Solosis going through a maze. And I don't know, it's just so funny. Oh wait, Solosis is psychic. I don't know why I did this. I always think Solosis is grass. I don't know why. Like, you just controlled a shitty Solosis and it just went through a maze, and I don't know. I thought it was so funny. That's so random to get all of these specific, yeah. And like, I'm pretty sure she used the black and white sprite too. Of Solosis. Don't look at me! Thank you. Okay, now I can see. I hope no traitors fight me. Disrespect me here, I'm gonna get my Hisuian type lotion to get you. What the hell? I didn't do anything. Also, I just realized my fucking Pokemon's health. Definitely can look like a grass. Yeah, I always forget. Oh wait, it's psychic. It looks like a grass type to me, but it's not. Can someone do the 670 emote for me just so I get it out of my system every single time I look at my do what tells, please? Can someone do it just please for me? Thank you. I needed that. I couldn't hold it any longer. I really couldn't hold it in any longer. I really couldn't. Thank you, Cyrus. Oh wait, I forgot you got get to the sub.
Here you go. Have a head pat.
Thanks for the head pat. Oh my god, stop activating things. I just want to run away. Cyrus, I feel like this is the only emote you've ever used on Twitch. Television. On Justin.tv, I feel like this is the only emote you've ever used. Wait, is this the desert resort? I never even checked. I never even checked. Because I feel like, I don't know. Maybe my luck is just bad. I don't know. Honestly, that is a possibility. Desert resort. Okay, it is. Okay, maybe my luck's just bad. My luck is so bad, bro. Level 21 Sandow? That's insane. I think that's higher level than my Sandow. What the fuck? You know, I'll get this ball. Black glasses. I don't know what that does. But thank you. I think it's a hell item, but thank you. Queen of the Sandows. Bro, I'm queen of bad luck. That's my luck. My luck is just bad. You know, but by doing this, maybe I can get a shiny Sandile. Wow. That'll be something. Right? My luck will surely make this. My luck will surely make that happen. I want a shiny Sandile. Where is... Oh my god, yes, finally. Thank you. I hope I don't accidentally kill you. Hey, you know what? You're weak. Or that's a weak move. Why'd you have this? Don't do that. I hope I don't kill you. Okay, I don't kill you. I'll just do this again. Yes, that's the move I want. Okay, you have good moves. I need you. Just don't... Oh my fucking god. What is wrong with me? You know what? Heal ball. You look cute, I guess. You're so girly pop. You want to go in there, right? 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 Yay. Hi, new mode. I got the Sig, bruh. The Sigma. Cards in ancient city, they use their psychic fighter attack enemies that invade their territory. I invaded his territory, apparently. What the fuck? I do want to give him a nickname. Actually, wait, I need to look up what the nickname I wanted to give him was, because it is part of the theme. This is part of my team. Oh yeah, also, if you're new here, basically I let you guys name any Pokemon I don't care about. And then I name the Pokemon that are part of the team, like the permanent team. And you know, Sigilyph is part of my actual team. So he's part of, yep, I'm gonna name him part of the team. Yep, I can explain things. There you go. I need to leave now. I didn't get the box, bro. What the fuck? I forgot to put my Zubat away. Or Woobat, whatever. I don't care. It's a Pokemon. It's a Pokemon. I don't care. It's a bat. You know, you think I would use Zubat. but no. No. That's a great name. Yeah. I mean, do you know the same? I don't know if you're American. Do you know the same? Do I have to fight you? Oh my fucking god, bro. My star is gonna die. Am I still gonna push across the room? Jerona. Oh wait, his name's Jerome. Jerona. I'm so brain rotted. That's why I had to say 6-7 too. Fucking die, please. Get me out of here. I don't care. Thank you. Yeah, me. Here I come, San Francisco. I'm so fucking brain rotted. It's not good. Oh, hello. I didn't know you're here. Come here. Okay, hello. Alessa Cotton was asking me all about electric Pokemon, and I thought about you guys. That's why I wanted to see you. Ta-da, freebies for you. What? Oh, I could have used this. I didn't know okay, whatever, bro. Leave me. You're lucky you're hot. Sharon's not hot. I hate him. Fuck you, Sharon. I hope you die, actually. Stop talking to me. I said stop talking. Thank you. Bye. And that's how I treat my friends. Yay. Oh my god, wait. Grants, you know you're in the daycare. How do we know? Because we're Team Plasma. We're taking Pokemon away from Bruce to work at a daycare. Figure you must have a lot of Pokemon. Hand them over. What kind of nonsense? Careful energy since she called you electric. She didn't call me electric Pokemon. She said Alessa has electric Pokemon. Because Alessa's the gym leader of this town. Also, Blitzel fucking suck. Oh my god, watch out. Blitzel fucking suck. Wait, can I just one-shot this guy? I mean, I'll do it. Oh my god, I can. You suck. Trevor. You know what? Sure, whatever. Where's Tele? Yeah, there. I fucking hate Team Plasma. Team Plasma. I don't know why I thought I said the wrong team. I don't have any good ground type moves. I mean, I could just give it to Dig TM, but it learns Dig, right? Very soon. That's why I don't really care. Actually, I don't know how soon it learns Dig. Maybe I should look it up. Wait, Falco, you know Pokemon, right? When does it learn Dig? Imagine it learns Dig right now. It didn't learn Dig. I'm gonna kill myself. I don't know when it learns anything. This went downhill fast, so I think we'd better run. Let's... Oh, bye. I know what happens next, so I will not go there. But give me this, please. Oh, yes, give me the bike. Bro, I can, like, go even faster now. My run is already so fast, and then this is even faster, bro. It's like, what the hell, bye. Level 20. It's level 23, though. I didn't learn Dig. What the fuck? I'm gonna see the Pokemon musical. See you later. Believe me, if I learn Dig... You know what? I'll look it up. Sandile. Gen 5 learn set. Yep. Let's see. When does it learn Dig? 31. Oh. It learns it. Oh, 31, yeah. It learns it so much later than I thought. What the fuck? Well, that kind of sucks. Where's the Pokemon Center? That's a clown. I don't want to speak to you. I think they fight me. That's why I don't want to speak to it. I would have if, you know, whatever. Whatever. Where are you? Go away. I don't need you anymore. You're cute, but, like, I don't need you anymore. Wait, right? It'll already be correct by then? Yeah. Why'd I say deposit again? I think I'm just stupid right now. Give me... You know, maybe I should take my Rock and Roller, bruh. Actually, I think my Rock and Roller is like low leveled right now. You know what? I'll put you in my lead. And then I should get rid of my horse, bruh. That horse fucking sucks. It gets one shot by everything. I hate that fucking horse. I want that horse to die. Bye. I didn't know Blitzel was this bad. I knew Blitzel was bad, but I didn't know Blitzel was this bad. That's right, 'cause does nothing, yeah. Please do not to Uma. Okay, wait, so what should I do? Should I go and fight the trainers in the sand thing, or should I... Should I, like, I don't know... fight the trainers here? Should I just fight trainers, I guess, is what I'm asking. I don't know what button this is. What is team? My team, my team. This is my team. I don't know if I'm over leveled already. I probably am. Is the thing. Why do I still have Mingus? I need to get rid of Mingus and Marty, but whatever. You can tell I didn't care about them because what I named them. I'm just gonna fight the traders over here because I don't know what to do. I'm just kind of doing shit. Oh, I'm stuck. Oh my god, this bike is so fast. Is Phoenix like Dark Phoenix in the movie? No, Phoenix is like Phoenix, Arizona, the capital of Arizona. I'm not joking, by the way. My partner, I always ask my partner, hey, what should the theme be for this Pokemon game? And she gives me a theme. And the theme for this Pokemon game was capital cities, American capital cities. So yeah. Oh my god. Why? Why do I have to do this? You're stupid. No. I don't know if you're American though. And if you are American, maybe. But if you're not American, I don't know. Don't take that seriously. I'm gonna fight Ryu from streets. That's okay, whatever. Fuck you, Ryu. I'm gonna fight this guy though. I know he fights me. You know, actually, oh wait, never mind. I was gonna say with all these sandals, I can level up my Sigma, but no, I can't because fucking dark type, right? Tranquil. What? What is this? Okay, whatever. Sidewave, I guess. You're American? Okay, maybe you're a little stupid. Lol, I don't get buffeted, idiot. Oh, and I'm faster. I see. That did nothing. You know, I might have to switch this guy. Wait, let's see what Sidewave does, and then I'll switch this guy if it does nothing. Okay, you know what? I won't switch this guy. But they keep using Roost. They're kind of annoying. I hate them. Britta. I think I need to get a crit. Or, you know, just that. That works too. Because now they'll die. Yeah, now they'll die. Yep, bye. What the fuck? Why does Quick Attack do so much in this game? Why did they, like, buff it? I swear it does so much damage. I don't know if it's just because we're, you know, early game. It does so much damage. Okay, there's another guy over there. I can fight him. Never mind. I'll get in a random battle. I swear, if I find another... Okay, no. Does Healbot heal him all the time? I don't think so. Nope, it only heals him when I catch him. You know, that doesn't make sense. They should change that, but whatever. I need a Sandile. I keep finding them. When am I gonna find a shiny Sandile, bro? That I totally want, and I don't know what shiny Sandile looks. I think it's green, actually. Is it green? Oh, it's yellow. Yeah, I don't want that. Oh my god, Croc Rock looks. Yeah, I don't want that. Hi, Kuja, how's it going? Doubles up, bug. I can't fight this. You can fight this though. But yeah, I don't know. That sounds so cute. Oh my goodness. What do you mean by that? Yeah, I don't know. I fucking. Oh, it's the default view? Oh my god, I forgot to change it. Oh my god, that's why. Oh my god. Okay, you know what? Whatever. That's my bad. That's my bad. I'm surprised TikTok hasn't limited the thing now. But yeah, let's just say you're on. What the fuck? Let's just say you're on the wrong view. I forgot to change it. Oh my god, I'm so stupid. To be fair, I didn't just set it stream like 5 minutes before I had to start. Oh my god, I'm so stupid. I was supposed to change it to the oh my god, the vertical view. And I never did. I'm so fucking stupid. You know, yeah, I'm also stupid. Oh, Firestone, I can evolve someone. Wait, can I evolve my Pokemon? I don't know if they take this actually. Wait, let me see. Let me see. I don't need to keep doing this thing because I was doing this for TikTok, but you know, whatever. I don't care. Whatever. What do these do? That boost dark type moves. Oh, I could get. Never mind. I can't give that to anyone because whatever. Can I use this on? No. Okay. Oh my fucking god. I'm gonna die. Why? You know, I've never gotten a shiny Pokemon in like these games. By the way, this only works on pants here. Oh, I see. You're not stupid. I'm stupid. No, I forgot to change to the vertical view on TikTok for the stream, so that's like that was like the default view, so it looks bad. Because you know how TikTok streaming looks like. I don't know. It's I'm stupid. I'm stupid. I'm stupid. I had to change. I forgot to change it. This is better. No, I forgot to change it. I'm so stupid. I don't know what you are. Oh wait, that's a ghost type. I'm gonna die. Is yeah, Yamask is ghost, right? Yeah, okay. I'm gonna die. Oh wait, but they're weak to me. Oh, do I go first? Oh my god, I do. Yay. They're not weak to me. Wait, what? Why are you weak to me? What the fuck? Oh wait, that's why. We never get this view. I mean, yeah, because TikTok doesn't usually like it. No! Are you serious? Taking this pretty fast. Do I get the experience at least? No. Mana. Okay, you know what? I can do this actually. I mean, there's a reason no one streams like this on TikTok. Like, no one streams in this in actual, like, you know, how do I describe it? I don't know how to describe it. You know what I mean? Aspect ratio. And no one ever streams an actual like stream aspect ratio. They always stream in the fucking phone aspect ratio because everyone's always watching on their phone on TikTok because you know TikTok's only good on your phone. That's why. That's why I only show my head, and also because TikTok hates my tits, bro. Like I'm being completely honest. Whenever I do this accidentally, my live always gets deleted. So that's you know that's my fault. That's actually my fault. That's why you guys only get my head on TikTok. But yeah, whatever. But I don't care anymore. I don't care anymore. I fucking hate TikTok. Bro, yesterday, I'm still not over this. Yesterday, they thought I was harassing and bullying like an actual person when I was harassing and bullying an NPC in a game named Nibbles. Like, I think literally exactly what I said was, I hate fucking Nibbles, and then that got me flagged on TikTok for harassment and bullying. And I just like, bro, I'm not harassing and bullying an actual person. I'm harassing fucking Nibbles. Like, yeah, I'm harassing this guy, but he's not real. It's a fucking rat in a video game. But yeah, whatever. You feel like you're the only person who never used TikTok? I use TikTok because it's good for growth. I can't run from this. I can run for this. But yeah. Other than that, I never use TikTok. Like, I don't watch TikToks. That's dumb. Yeah, it was so stupid. It was so fucking stupid. I don't know. Also, if you want this view, just go on twitch.television, Lamau. It's always there. It's always on twitch.television. My name was Nibbles. I would say bullying is warranted. His name was Nibbles because he was a rat. That's why. It's just a rat named Nibbles. I'm dead. Oh my god, I almost died. I'm not gonna kill you, I'm not gonna die. Oh no. Wait. Okay, yeah. I don't know why I went you. I could've just got you. AI for TikTok, did you dirty? Yeah, it did. It honestly did. That's why I'm surprised I'm not getting flagged for sexual content right now. Because usually when I show my tits, TikTok fucking hates that. But, you know. I guess they don't... No! I guess they don't care right now. Wait, you have another Pokemon? Oh my god, I might lose this because I'm just not paying attention. Oh. Dumbass versus dumbass battle, I see. Well. I can't wait to do quick attack again. Well. I should have gotten Mingus. I should have gotten Mingus, bro. Oh my god, this sucks. I refuse to switch. I refuse to. Honestly though, I don't know why TikTok hates this. You know? TikTok does not need to hate this. They really don't. Come on, if body joints are hurt. Alright, bro, I'm gonna do one move. It's gonna do so much. Yep, see, I told you. It did so much. I can't believe the sandstorm killed me. I think that was all the trainers too. I think that was everything. It was definitely reporting the stream. We had nothing but hate. It is hard. You did, bro. I hate him. We have a mutual hatred of each other. At least, you know. I can't fight any of these trainers. I need to go back to the Pokemon Center. When do I learn Fly? Honestly, I might just let all my Pokemon die. It's like a faster way to the Pokemon Center, you know? Mingus clutched up. Mingus always clutches out. No, what do you mean you're not faster? Okay, maybe Mingus doesn't clutch. Okay, yeah, Mingus clutches, never mind. Thank you, Mingus. Please don't fight that guy. Okay, thank you. I think I already fought that guy. Did I? Oh my god, everyone looks the fucking same. I don't know who I fought. Everyone looks the same. But yeah, I forgot to... Yep. Also, new short tomorrow, by the way. I edited it today. I just had to do the thumbnail. And then I'm done. Also, who knew saying, hey, watch my Twitch, or, you know, follow my Twitch in the video itself was actually better than just putting it in the description? Who knew that? I didn't know that. I can't fucking name now. Oh my god, Mingus, how you slower? Mingus, you shouldn't be like this. Oh my god, you missed. Yeah, just fucking die, bro. I don't care anymore. Please just die. Okay, well, you're going to die. Bye. Can I just leave? I just want to leave. I mean, this is faster, like, to the Pokemon Center, I guess, but whatever, bro. Are you serious? Oh my god, why is everyone slower than a fucking Sandow? Thank you. Okay, I gotta do this slowly, I guess. Fuck you, Mingus. I used to love you. Oh my god. I just didn't want to, like, I don't know, I just didn't want to waste any revives. Or healing items. Also, I haven't bought healing items, because I always forget there's not a store. It's in the Pokemon Center. I'm anxious saying Roblox. I think you should consider staying anxious, actually. There's actual bullying TikTok. Is this what I had to do? Do I have to actually bully people? Why is it when I actually bully someone, I don't, like, you know, get flagged? When I bully a fucking NPC, oh, I get flagged. What the fuck? What is this? I think TikTok might be stupid. I don't know. Maybe a little bit. Maybe a little bit stupid. Wait, I can already buy super repels? What the hell? I didn't know this. Alright, time to go back. Son of a Martian actually likes nibbles. I know. What did Nibbles do? Bro, who is named Nibbles on the fucking TikTok team? Who actually likes Nibbles? I don't understand. I don't understand this Nibbles propaganda. But he needs to go. He actually he needs to go. Someone needs to get rid of that guy. I was hoping for the serial killer to kill him the entire time. And no one killed him. I was waiting for it. Oh, I never fought you. Watchdog, what the hell? Is Phoenix still in the front? Yeah, okay. You know, I don't think Phoenix will kill this, though. Phoenix is a little weak. I don't like that. What about the animals in Evolution? Like, they chose... Yeah, I know. They didn't... Oh my god. They didn't chose, like, Beerster or anything, bro. Debbie, I fucking love Debbie. No, they chose fucking Nibbles. Also, Cassie was kind of cool, too. I loved Cassie. Also, who was the raccoon? I also loved him. Honestly, I just loved everyone except Nibbles. I think that's it. I think that's honestly just it. I was pressing that. Who the fuck are you? You're the first one to come out here and talk to me. I'm so moody, so I'll give you this. Oh, that's the ground type, right? Oh my god. Yes. Oh my god, thank you. Oh my god. What the fuck? Why? I keep getting all these fucking Sandows and I'm not even getting a shiny Sandow? Like, bro, I deserve this at least. You know? I don't know. I deserve something. I should probably just put on the repel. Like, okay, should I go in this cave? Or is this something for later? Because I don't know what it is. Bro, give you sand. It's not literally everywhere. No, it's soft sand. But yeah, should I go in that cave or no? I don't know what's in that cave. I just know something's in that cave. I don't know what. Maractus? What the fuck is Maractus? Oh, it's... Okay. I didn't want to run. I wanted to change. Sure. Wait, do I have anyone better? Is Grass weak to ground? Because I know I had that fire type, but he's not part of my team, you know? Oh, wait, but... Oh my god, Tailwind probably does nothing. I don't remember what Tailwind does, so I don't want to use it. Okay, Maractus if you run into it. I'm not gonna get it. But this is a trainer battle, so I need to kill it. And it's in Dorimuka, that's Wonder. I got a Dorimuka. It's just not part of my team. If we couldn't tell by its name. What the fuck? Ground is weak against ground. But it's grass. Tailwind makes slow Pokemon go fast first. Yeah, that's why I said I'm not gonna use Tailwind. Oh wait. Yeah. Oh wait, forget a move. Bro, get rid of Whirlwind. What the fuck? Why do I have 2 status moves? Whirlwind's useless in single player. Actually, it's just useless. Whatever. Also, wait, actually, I just realized fucking Sigilyph having Tailwind is honestly kind of useless. As well. Because why would you want Sigilyph to go last, you know? Wait, I just realized this. Yeah, wait, okay, never mind. How couldn't be? Should I be here? I don't know if I should go here after, like, post-game or what. I don't know what this is. I don't know what that is. You're busy training the mummy? The Pokemon cannot use its original ability. It's suddenly obvious, isn't it? I guess, bro. Whatever you... Okay, I guess there's nothing left for me to do here. Just those few trainers. Yeah, I don't know what these caves are. There's to be a statue of a Pokemon. So I don't know if I had to do these after what. There are 2 things I learned about quicksand. If you try to walk through the middle, you'll fall. And if you try to run through it, you'll fall. Okay. Oh, you're a traitor. What the fuck? Sigilyph. What the hell? There's something in there post-game, not much other than islands where it's easier to find Pokemon. I see. You know, that makes... Okay, so I can't use you. Because it's flying, and flying is immune to ground. I guess I'll use you then. Okay, so I guess I just have to go to Sing. Yeah, that's what I'll do. Oh my god, that's the thing I want. Don't use that, no! Oh my fucking god. I might lose. I didn't want to fight him. Oh wait, but I should have still... Oh my god, why didn't I do that? Wow, that did. I should have gotten to my Pokemon with Bite. Okay, yeah, that's my fault. You're dead. Oh my god. I'm so stupid. I'm so stupid. Wait, is attacking one of its own. I didn't start this fight. Statue of Pokemon's Darumaka's second form? I see. I understand. Oh my god, I got a crit. Wait, you can actually evolve, like in the gym. Swagger. Oh my god, he's so swagger. Bro is so swag. He's so fucking swag. However, I don't want this, but you're so fucking swag. I don't know what to say. Keep on moves. Give up. Thank you. Swagdow. Wait, there's random encounters here? I didn't know this. He just sneezed and I got into a random encounter. I was like, what the fuck? I always mute my microphone when I sneeze. So I also gave aura points. Yeah, I got a crit. He's so cool. Okay, you know, I'm feeling like I need to put on a repel. I'm in a bad spot again. And I'm fighting electric type Pokemon. And like, I don't know. I kind of wanted him to evolve. When is he evolved? Is it 39 or level 29? Blessings, thank you. I know it's a 9. I just don't know which one. I know how much longer I'm gonna keep the Sandile until it turned into a swag crocodile thing. And then it turned into an angry crocodile thing, you know? But I don't know how much longer I'm gonna keep him. 29 and... Oh, 29? Okay. That's close, actually. It might evolve in the gym. Actually. We'll see, though. I don't know if I'm over-leveled. This might be the first time I'm ever over-leveled in a Pokemon game. This doesn't happen. I'm usually under-leveled. Okay, no, what happens actually is I'm usually over-leveled, like, in the first half of the game, and then second half, I'm struggling for levels. And then, like, I'm just struggling for the rest of the game, but yeah. Can I get Crocodile at 40? Okay, I see. You know, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense, actually. You're looking for Team Plasma, right? They went into the amusement park. Come with me. Okay. The struggle's real. And they're not here. Let's try the Ferris wheel and see if we can spot them. I love Ferris wheels, the circular motion, the mechanics. They're like collections of elegant formulas. I forgot how weird he was. Actually, I never knew how weird he was. I just knew he was weird because of the anime. Because I watched the anime. First, I must tell you, I am the king of Team Plasma. Oh, okay. I knew you were something, I just didn't know what the fuck. Gets asked me to work with him to save the Pokemon. N stands for no thanks, bro. I understand. I wonder how many Pokemon exist in this world. Yeah, before I played the games, my only exposure was the anime. So this is all like new to me. You're safe, sire. There's no problem. You're part of the people we brought in to help us save Pokemon, so you're under my protection as well. Go quickly, let my paddle cover your retreat. Not in Solaris, do you follow my logic? No. The future I envision. Perhaps I can't beat you here and now, but I'll battle you anyway to buy time for these members of Team Plasma. So please. And then I kick your ass or something. I don't fucking know. It was a bit on in the anime, yeah. That's why. my only exposure to like any of this was the anime. So all this is kind of like, you know, I'm just like, wow, he's weird. I remember him being weird. I didn't think he was this weird though. Guy takes you to the school looking just to whisper in your ear that he is the bad guy. Bro, he's so cool. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. It was so weird even creates a Meowth out. He's a bit of an odd fellow, I guess. He's something, Darimaka. He's something. You know? Oh, that's someone texting me. I heard a sound that was like my notification sound. I don't know what it was, but yeah. Please level up so you're not 6'7", anymore, bro. Scraggy. Bro, can I one-shot this too? It's normal. I don't have a fighting type yet. I mean, I'll never have a fighting type. I'll just have fighting type moves. That's Charmant. Here's my... All-time favorite Pokemon character? I see. Like my anime series wasn't the best until X and yeah, I know it wasn't good. I watched it. I stopped watching X and Y though. Pokemon the Cappy. It kinda sucks. That's what I stopped watching. Finally! Oh, and now you have Siglin, bro. You know what? Sure, let's do this. I don't care. I think when you evolve, I'm gonna give the XP share to Sigilyph. Because right now I'm just worried about the gym, even if I lose is different from the future I saw. Uh-oh. Oh, that kinda sucks. Oh, that kinda- okay, I think I can survive this. But this kinda sucks. No! Oh my god. Who else had Grudge? I know someone had Grudge. I don't know who- was it you? Not Grudge Bite. I think it was you. What the fuck? You know this kills. I know you do. Okay, whatever, you're dead. Bye. Oh, and I got a crit. At X and Y, I kind of started watching it after Sun and Moon came out. No, I started watching it after Black and White. Which kind of sucks, you know, because X and Y I heard was so good, but I never watched it, so I don't know if it was good. What is Wirka? Oh, that's what it does. You know, get rid of Leer, I guess. I don't fucking know. Biggest clutch again, bro. And that's why I keep him around. Only for the clutch. They're quite strong, but I have a future that I must change, and for that future... Oh, hello. I'll defeat the champion and become unbeatable unlike any other. I'll make all the trainers free, their Pokemon just try and stop me. If you want to be tougher with Pokemon, your only hope is to collect the badges from each area and head for the Pokemon League. Try and stop me there if you dare. So mine is good, after that it was downhill. Oh, that sucks. If your conviction is not strong enough, you'll never be able to defeat me. Cold dead eyes. I didn't like that. You know, it kind of freaks me out. I don't know. I didn't like that. Okay, what do I do now? I have to do the gym, right? I'm drinking water right now, though, because my throat's dying. And it's for anywhere, anytime. I think N is for... I don't know, actually. I don't know what I was gonna say. Where's the gym? Battle Institute, test your trainer skills. I don't think so. What's this? What is this? Battle Subway Battle... I don't think so. Bro, does this town is like battling? Like, what the hell? Musical theater. You know what? Sure. I'm interested in musicals, and let's go in together. Okay, I guess. I think I'm trying to make up for it with movies on Netflix every release. I don't remember the movies after fucking Black and White, like I said. Oh, wait, I think I know this place. I think I saw- yeah, I've seen this place before. Because I saw a video about it. But I don't really care is the thing. And that's the thing. I don't really care, so I just want- oh my god. Okay, here's my most girly Pokemon. That's not the actual girl. You know what? Phoenix, bro. It's Phoenix. I mean, there being like 3 movies based on Black and White. Why did they do that? Because Black and White's a good game. I don't know. What the fuck am I doing? What the fuck? I can, oh my god. Yes. You need this. Yes, you need this. Oh my god. Wait, how do I leave it on you? No, why'd you put it there? I don't want it there. I want it on the Z. What the fuck? I want it on his fucking head, bro. What the fuck? This sucks. This sucks. Why can't I put it there? I don't know why I can't put it there. Okay, you know what? Get the shit out. Get the shit out. Can I put this on his head? What the fuck? Okay, you know what? Yeah, I'll just put it there, I guess. And then... wait, why can't I do this anywhere? What the fuck? I can't put it... Does he not have arms? No, what the fuck? What counts as his arms? I guess nothing, he has no arms. Okay, whatever. Okay, yeah, sure, whatever. Does he not have arms? I want to put shit on his arms, but I don't think I can. Oh my god. Wait, okay, wait, can I do this at least? What's his head? Yes! Oh my god. Let's go, honestly. Oh wait, I didn't get rid of this. You know what? Yes. Perfect. Actually perfect. Wait, wait. He doesn't have arms, I can't put anything- okay, whatever. I don't care anymore. Perfect. Actually perfect. And Jimmy's did a fantastic job coordinating everything. I don't think I did. I don't think I did. I honestly don't think I did. Bye. I don't want to do this. Can I leave? Okay, thank you. The bit was tough, honestly. Oh my god, it's playing the fucking song. Why? IFP. Why is it playing the fucking song? What are you doing here? I can't take the song seriously. All I hear when I hear the song is "It's been 10,000 years," and then after that, I just hear it in like other shit that people abuse it for, like things that aren't serious at all. I can't take the song serious anymore. It actually sucks. I'm gonna keep traveling with Solaris and my Pokemon. What the fuck? Absolutely not. Others do things their way and we do things ours. Is that so? Then how about we do things your way and I'll do things mine? So you keep going on your travels, but it's been 10,000 years. And it sounds really awesome having to be a model. You know, there are many people in this world, there are people whose way of thinking, maybe I can't take it seriously. No. Bro, this and X and Y are gonna be so hard. It's gonna be so hard whenever the song plays. I can't do it. These music right now. Oh my god, wait. Have you, oh my god, no one told me this. No one told me there wasn't any audio. No one was that person. Oh my god, someone had to be that person, but no one was that person. Why did no one tell me? No one was that person. Oh my god, Cyrus, thank you for being that person. You know, this is why I shouldn't stream when I'm tired, like I said. But oh my god, no one was that person. What the fuck? You guys had to tell me when I'm shit, and I forget something. Please. If there's no music, just tell me there's no music. Or you don't know game audio, whatever. Please tell me that. I can't even realize it. Oh my god. How did no one realize? There's 16 of you. What? And I can't hear my own audio, so I have an excuse. But what the fuck? Actually, 16 plus whatever the fuck is on TikTok. Did I fight anyone? I don't know if I fought anyone. No, I didn't. You're fucked up. Oh, okay. You might be stupid. Maybe. Hello, Audio Rush. Everyone has failed me. What the fuck? I don't even know where the gym leader is. Where's the gym leader? Oh, wait, is it here? This looks like a gym. I don't know if it is. How do I see you again? Oh, wait, I can't do that. I don't remember your name. Wait. Did you have another name before? Because I don't remember your name. But hello. I'm usually good at remembering names too, so yeah. Got 2 accounts? I see. Yeah, I don't remember this name. Your name was... Oh, wait, I remember Quill, okay. Streams by the Ferris wheel? I see. Okay. Didn't even notice, I just thought it was quiet on purpose. No, I never had audio. What the fuck? Okay, no, an hour isn't that bad. That's like less than half the stream. Oh, wait, this is a gym. Yeah, okay. Try to use this account more? I see. Honestly, I mean, you to you, I guess. It doesn't really matter. As long as you're here, you know. It doesn't matter what account. I'll remember you now, though. Like I said, I'm good at remembering names for some reason. I don't know why. By the way, yeah, whatever. Bye. I tried to evolve a guy. Try to switch him in. I guess, I don't fucking know. You can't enjoy the fun. Yeah. 20 streak, whoa! Hi, hero. How you doing? Your fashion sense is kind of new from townish. Did I get clocked? And we're having a hard time being the stream leader? It's cause you didn't have fucking Sandile, or I don't know. Oh my god, wait, I'm not even on level. I mean, I'm barely on level, what the fuck? You know what, this'll help me see if, this affects Amoga, actually. No, okay. Okay, then I had to do this. I don't know what I do against Amoga then. I had to, please stop. I had to experiment. But just please stop. Please don't do this. I probably had to use Sigilyph for Amoga, actually. I definitely had to use Sigilyph for Amoga. Okay, fuck you. Actually, where's Sigilyph? There we go. Isn't how that Amoga's a flying type too, so it's unaffected by ground moves? Yeah, I see that. I don't know what to use for Amoga. Because Sigilyph is, I think, too weak. But Amoga's also weak. So I don't know. Gosh, and they're your Rucker. Yeah, I don't have eyes though. Oh my god. Oh wait, I forgot you're flying, you're weak to Amoga. But like I said, Amoga's also weak, so I don't know. Like, bro, my two good Pokemon are... This one's physical. Okay, this one's physical. This is the only good one, but you know, the ground moves don't affect Amoga. This one's also physical. This one's weak. You're just shit. And then this one's weak. So it's like, bro, who do I use? No matter what, I had to touch the Amoga. And no matter what, the Amoga will static me. Yeah, I think Mingus time. I don't know, Mingus is good, but like I said. Did I miss? Oh my god. Hi Souffle, how's it going? Oh my god, that didn't go off, let's go. Though it might be Mingus time, I might have to just touch them. Yeah, I might just have to touch them. Oh my god. I don't want to touch that guy. Please don't make me touch him. I don't want to touch him. But yeah, what is it? Tallahassee might, evolve. Which, you know, is exciting. Get me out! I might want to take care of dinner. How's Pokemon Mike going? It's good. We're on the third gym? No, this is the fourth gym, yeah. Wait, what the fuck? I already waited halfway through with the gyms? Wait, that's crazy. Rage Jelly putting in work? Yeah. I didn't name Rage Jelly. That was my mod. My mod's not here though, so you know, don't do anything. He's playing Street Fighter. Don't do anything though. I'm the only one moderating this chat, which is crazy. Free different streets, yeah. Santa has to carry the whole time, yeah. No, yeah, there's no mods. No more fucking mods. My one mod isn't here. He's playing fucking Street Fighter. I should like kill him or something, you know? Watch as we're talking about him, he joins. I think that always happens actually. I pressed the switch. Well, I'm going somewhere else. Where am I going? You're gonna ban everyone. Should I make you a mod again? I took the mod off you because you haven't been here in a while, and also I forgot why actually. Summon the mod. We had to summon the mod. I had to turn on my lamp actually. It's getting too dark in my room. Hi Krexik, how's it going? You're gonna get punked. Kenny Kumon. Yeah, you are just here. So you're gonna be here for a while because I'm playing your favorite Pokemon game, and I'm playing Splatoon. And I'm forcing you to join Splatoon. So I think like most of you guys have Mario Kart World though, so I'm just like, huh, maybe instead of Splatoon we just play Mario Kart World. You know, when I get bored of Splatoon. I love Pokemon Black and so much, yeah. Wait, that almost killed you? Oh my god. Does Mudslap do damage? I forgot. Yes, okay. I forgot. My work schedule ends up I love to get Mario Kart. We'll see, because I'm probably gonna only stream on Fridays. Which is unfortunate for most people, I think. Actually, I don't think it is. Because, by Friday, that's when everyone's... Yeah, whatever. Whatever. What the hell? How did I invite this guy? What the fuck? That hell's a jump scare. Mario Kart sounds fun. Yeah, we'll see, though. I want to beat the final boss of Splatoon Raiders. Like, the secret boss, I should say. Oh wait, Cyrus. You know what I found out that's so stupid? The final boss of Splatoon Raiders is so much easier by yourself because it actually takes damage. It actually like takes damage. It's so fucking stupid. Oh, I should just do Santu. Santu was actually a good opening. What? Why would you use that? Why would you use... Why do y'all have Pursuit? That's so fucking stupid. That's actually so fucking stupid. Blitzel, yeah, sure, whatever. What? Yeah, it's so much easier solo. And you wanna know how I know? I did it, like after that stream, I went off stream. I did it just to see if I could, and I well, obviously I did it. I beat it first try. I just stayed and quit after though, so I didn't save any of the progress. I quit immediately after I beat it. So yeah. Thanks for the head fat. I can't fight this guy. Let me in. Wait, where am I going? I don't know where I'm going. What the fuck is this? Why is the Pokemon world like this, bro? Why do they have these things? They don't need to. Hello, I'm waiting for the tram. Hey, thank you. What the fuck? Why is there a woman in my fucking train? That's crazy. Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of stupid. How it's like that, you know? Chunk. Oh my god, Emolga! I don't know what to do for Emolga, it's stupid. It's actually, you know what? Fuck you, just go in. Oh my god, stop fucking using Pursuit. Actually, it's so annoying. You picked the wrong tree. I guess I did. Farfang is more powerful, right? I don't remember. Oh my god. I can't do anything. All my Pokemon are like, you know, are neutral against you. They're all physical. It fucking sucks. Oh my god. Are you serious? Oh my god. You're gonna die. Whatever. I can't believe it. I lost 2 50-50s, bro. That fucking sucked. It doesn't tell you my luck. I don't know what will. Go, Mingus, kill him. I also hate that Amogus was fast. That's also stupid. Do you actually just have to paralyze me when I killed you? Like, do you actually have to do that? Do you really have to do that? Okay. Rage Jelly, no. Why would they do that, bro? At least I could just revive them and heal them for the gym fight. What the fuck is the point of this? Speaking of gym fight. Yeah, like I said, I could just revive and then I could like... Yeah, I have 7 of these. I had to heal everyone anyway. Amogus gets so annoying. Yeah, Amogus so fucking... I know she has 2 of them too, is the thing. I know this because I fought her before in a Poke MMO. Actually, that was Poke MMO, so I don't know if she'll have less Amogus. I think she had like 4 Amogus. Do I even have... I do. I have 2, okay. Good enough for me. Good enough for me. I kind of want to start with Phoenix, just to do damage. Like, I want to see how much damage Phoenix can get. And like, if he dies, you know? Because then I can just switch into Rage Jelly and like, yeah, whatever. I should save. Amogus are much more annoying than Instant Striker. Oh no. This is gonna suck. Yeah. House is Janker. This sucks. Did the Fantastic really be dizzy? My little Pokemon will be the next one to make your head spin. Fuck you. Fuck you. I hate you. You're hot, but I hate you. So you can't do anything right, Emily? Yeah. One of the worst electric types ever, actually. Which is kind of funny, but whatever. God, I'll do Air Cutter, actually. You're doing Volt Switch? Oh my fucking god, I hate you. I actually hate you. Do they all have Volt Switch? You know, at least I damaged 1. Okay, sure, whatever. I should've done Psyboom. Whatever. They do? Okay. I see now. I see now how they're annoying. I understand. The Volt Switch, well. Are you just switching between Amogus? Oh my god, you are. Are you fucking serious? Static immediately. Oh my god, I wanted to like, I don't know. This actually sucks. Now don't fall. Thank you. Oh my god. You might heal this actually. Yep, I knew it. Are you fucking serious? Oh my god. You know what? I'm gonna heal. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. If you heal... Oh my god, bro. It sucks most because, like, it wasn't even the paralyzed. It was the fucking... I just missed. That's what sucks the most. I'm so pissed off. Okay, thank you. I think this one's dead. Yay. I'm gonna switch to Mingus. Mingus can kill this guy. She gets a 2 when she defeated, yeah. I can see why, bro. I'm adorable, thank you. Oh my god, wait, you're switching to this fucking guy. I got a crit, well. No, I'll switch to Tallahassee. And... because now they can't do anything to me. So I'll just do Sand Tomb. And if they, you know... Okay, well. Wait, what? What? Why do I keep missing? Stop fucking missing! Thank you. Okay, now they're trapped in the fucking tomb, bruh. Now they're trapped in the tomb. You learn crunch. Yes, 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 yes. Fucking... Okay, how much is this? 80? Yeah, that's just way better than assurance, right? Yeah, fuck assurance, bro. The horse is dead. No, I don't fucking care. I'll just crunch this guy. Probably dramatic figure your cars. Oh wait, you know what? Maybe I shouldn't have done that. Whatever, I'll just fucking crunch this guy. Ouch. Why'd that kill me? I had to heal Rage Jelly again, or this is just gone? I did not think they could kill me. I'm gonna be completely honest. Can you stop doing this stupid fucking move? I hate you. Are you serious? And that's what I had to do. But the fact that Airlace did that much damage is just so annoying. Because they might die again. They might die again is the thing. Which really fucking sucks. Okay, no, they just got fucking lucky, I guess. Whatever. That actually, you know, knowing that actually, kind of pisses me off. That they just high rolled right there. That actually really fucking sucks. Okay, well now they're dead, probably. Yay! Fuck you gonna do with static, bro? You're dead. I fucking hate this. Falcon's full circles, metal sandal? Yeah, bro. I have a sweet fighting stuff. The fact that I learned crunch in that battle, like, bro, that was so clutch. That was actually so clutch. Crunch is what made it so much easier. I know crunch is like one of its best moves, but oh my god, the fact that you get it this early is insane. Now I just need Earthquake. So here's this move I like, feel free to use it if you want to. I can't believe we just learned that move. like this earlier. Of course, there's a Pokemon gym there after all. Oh, I bet you won't be able to get there. You know what? I'll fix it so you can cross Route 5. Oh, thank you. Wait, I can go to Driftveil. I know that place. 4 more to go. I can't believe. How long is this game? I heard this game is so long. I heard that this game was really long. Why does it feel like it's not? I feel gaslit. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. And maybe there's a lot of things post game. I don't know. I think Black 2 and White 2 are longer. I see. This will probably take 4 streams. Cause you know, I did get 3 gyms first stream. No, this stream I did like grind a lot. And I took a while trying to find Sigilyph. Post game has hefty playing times for sure. I think post game what I'm gonna do is just trying to catch the legendaries like usual. Cause that's what I do for Pokemon post game when I stream them. Cause I feel like I don't know. I feel like doing everything else is kind of boring to watch. I don't know if that's true though. That's how I feel though. It's August 9th, 2026. Whoa. That's crazy. Where am I? Is this Route 5? I guess, okay. Solaris, stop, you got a bolt badge. I got a bolt badge. Okay, whatever, bro. I wanted to see what route this was. Why are you here? Go away. I hate him. Yeah, he's a fucking loser. I hate him. Lightbird. Wait a minute. I got something. Wait, no, never mind. You're dark. I don't got something for this. I need a fighting type right now. You know what? Actually, no. You go, Mingus. Kill him, Mingus. I hate Sharon so much. I hate Sharon too. I actually really hate him. Oh, you did that move anyway. Okay, sure, whatever. Get him, Mingus. Mingus, whatever, just get— Are you serious? Can you stop missing? Why do I keep missing all my moves? It's actually so annoying. Can you kill him now? Please, just kill him. I don't care if you die, just kill him. Are you fucking serious? Mingus, what's wrong with you? Do I only have to use you last? Do you only clutch when you're last? I don't understand. Mingus, what the fuck? That was one of the worst performances from you ever. Fuck you, Mingus. Yeah, Fury Cutter, that should be super effective. Oh wait, Dark is— oh right. But I don't know, because it's also Psychic, that's why I didn't want to use it. And also I can do that. Oh wait, that's Fury Cutter. Yeah, whatever. I forgot I put that on you. But also Fury Cutter does nothing. I got a crit, that's why I killed. Because your rival's embarrassing. Servine. I forgot what Servine was. Is that grass? Yes, that's grass. I use Phoenix actually. It crits. Great Cut is weak, but like, I don't know, it just crit, that's why. Bro, stop eating your fucking berries. What'd that do? I need fly. I need fly. That's what I'm learning. I need fly. Servine aka the dishwasher. I need fly. I need 3 air cutters. This fucking sucks. I need fly. Fly would have fucking one-shot him. I know it. Oh my god, you're evolving. Hell yeah. Panpour? What the fuck is that? That sounds like water. It is water, okay. Sorry, I had to look it up because I don't fucking know anything. Do I have anything that's good against water? I mean, no, I don't. Yeah, because I don't have my electric type yet. Uh-oh. Water and ground. Oh wait, ground, yeah. My brain is mush today, if you couldn't tell by me forgetting the fucking audio for an hour. Still, thank you, Cyrus. Oh my god. You saved me. It's not weak against ground. Ouch, it has eyes. What the fuck? I got crit. Oh my god. That makes two of us. Oh my god. Much brain today. I don't know why I just believed you. I was like, I don't think that's right, but you know, I'll do it anyway.
Here you go. Have a head pat.
Thanks for the head pat. Are you serious? That's also weak against... Oh, never mind. Oh, that's a fire move? Oh my god, no wonder. We're gonna heal. Oh, you didn't heal. Tranquil, that's a bird. I don't have anything good against birds. I don't have rock or electric. So I guess I'll just use you. Fuck you, bird. That fucking bird that I hate. No, it was water but has a burn effect. Oh, I see. At least Talahas fucking evolved so I can get the EXP share off of him. Are you serious? Okay, you're missing anyway. Fuck ass bird, that fucking bird that I hate. It's a stupid chud bird. Actually. Kill him. Are you serious? What more do you want me to do? Do I just need to get a crit, bro? I think that's what this game wants me to do. And he's just gonna keep roosting because he's a fucking chud. Yeah, he's gonna keep roosting because he's a chud, bro. I'm trapped in a loop of barely not killing him. Hi, Astral. Fuck you. Thank you, I got a crit. Fucking bitch, I know. Ain't nothing tranquil about this bird. I fucking hate that bird. Okay, yeah, I can give it to Phoenix now. I just wanted bro to evolve. And now he's swag. Oh my god, look at him. He's so swag. Tell me well, thank you. Why can't I beat you? Cause you're shit and I'm swag. Oh, you two are friends, that's nice. How are you helping each other get better by competing? Okay, let's go. I know you, you're the champion. Weapon isn't it Lessa? Iron Festival's grand and life should be enjoyable. Yeah, who is this man? This is Alder, the Unova Region Champion. Tell us more like... Tall, what? You know what, sure. Shit too tough, they're gonna kill him, bro. Over the champion we goofing off in a place like this. Teddy's cool, bro. I heard that Mike, you're quite a judgmental young person, are you not? My name is Alder, I'm the Unova Pokemon League Champion. Pleased to make your acquaintance. For your information, I'm not goofing off, I'm on voyage. I know every corner of Unova. I'm Sharon from New Vema Town. My goal as a trainer is to become the champion. Traveling with the goal in mind is a commendable thing. And what do you plan to do after becoming the champion? What else is there other than to strive to become stronger? The strongest trainer, that's the champion. Becoming stronger, you say. Is that alone enough of a goal? I must become stronger. I'm like fucking Goku, bruh. That's what I am. I'm Mexican, that's the only anime I know. That's not true, by the way. Okay, it's true that I'm Mexican, but it's not true that that's the only anime I know. I watched- what the fuck? I'm fighting children! I love, how's it going? You. I'm fighting children with hurt ears. Yeah, I'm Mexican. I feel like it should be obvious based on my model skin color. Mingus mitosis. Why did I name him Mingus, bro? And now it's just catching on. Everyone's got the Mingus disease. I named him Mingus because I caught 2 other herders. I named one Dingus, I named one Bingus. And I don't know, that's why I think it's funny that Mingus is the one that stayed. Oh, I had to switch. He is Mingus now. He's just Mingus. Yeah, I got 2 little putts. I got 3, no, yeah, I got 3 little putts. I named one Dingus, I named one Bingus, and I named one Mingus. And Mingus was the one I kept. And now Mingus is just catching on. Everyone will call him Mingus now. You know what the fuck thing is too? He's not even part of my team. I'm gonna get rid of him. I'm gonna get rid of him like after I get everyone else I need. I think Mingus is the right pick. I mean, he was also higher level. That's the only reason why I kept him. Well, both are water types. That's crazy. You're just copying me, bro. But that's why I think it's so hilarious. We knew before Mingus. Or we knew before Mingus. I don't know, that's why I just think it's stupid. That is Mingus. That I kept. I had to keep Mingus. I needed him. We all need Mingus. Yeah, I don't know. I think that's also the stupidest part. I'm not gonna keep Mingus. I'm not keeping him. When I get everyone I need, like he's gone. Oh my god, I got Water Plus. I'm gonna get rid of Water Gun. Yeah, what's this? That's 75.9. Yeah, you know what? Get rid of Water Gun. I'm not giving Mingus, I'm sorry to say. I'll try to keep him as long as I can. But, you know, after I get my last party member, he's gone. That bitch is out. I'll try to keep him, like, for most of the playthrough, though. I didn't think Mingus would become a fan favorite. I honestly didn't. I just named the stupid things. You didn't win, but that was a good battle. Your Pokemon look like they're having fun. Young man, there are people like you who pursue strength. There are also people who are happy of just being Pokemon. There are many different people as many different answers because it's what a champion should be. And I may be holding different reasons. Just give it some thought. That's where the field drawbridge is just ahead. Bro, I love Mingus. The champion is the strongest of the strong. That's all there is to it. Fuck you, bro. I don't like you. Oh, wait, I had to fight you. Wait, what the fuck? I knew there was a clown that fought me, I just didn't know which one. It's this fucking guy, Paul. Oh yeah, that's why he's fighting. His name's fucking Paul. Fuck you, Paul. I'm gonna die. Fuck you, Paul. Everything was when Mingus said it's a Mingus time and started Mingusing everywhere. True, he did do that. I'm dead. He did do that. I had to go to the Pokemon Center. Fuck Sharon and fuck Berg. Wait, you hate the people I hate too? That's crazy. You know what's funny too? I said I hate them because of how they speak. They have like, you know, they speak in a way that I just don't like on any character. And yeah. That's why I forgot to give you the EXP share. You know, I should do that right now. And then when you become too powerful, I will give the EXP share to I don't know who. Just someone. Item. Take. Item. Give. Where is it? It's not here. Where? That's not there. Where is it? I don't know. There it is. Yay. Okay, that's cool. What do you do? Don't fight me. Oh my god, you fucking fight me, of course. I just wanted to talk to people. And they all want to fight me. Oh my god, you have these fucks? Of course. Mingus deserve all the love. I think I need to get art of me and Mingus now. I've been wanting to get Pokemon art for the longest time. I think it has to be me and Mingus now. I was getting art of me and like Lunala or like Cosmog. But you know, I think it has to be with me and Mingus now. Hi Eclipse, how's it going? Oh my god, it's been a while, Eclipse. How you doing? Give me some honorary clown nose. I had to give him a name tag too that says my name is Mingus. I also have to do that. Okay, but what's the idea we talked about? Sorry, I have memory issues. That's why I had to write everything down. Are you serious? Oh my god. I knew it was a mistake doing this. Okay, you killed him, whatever. Mingus, go. Is it Mingus the official channel mascot? No, I have a mascot already. Oh, handkerchiefs, right. Wait, you said you didn't want to do that, though. Why? Why do I keep missing? Mingus, get him. Mingus, please don't disappoint me. Thank you. Thank you, Mingus. There's somewhere you can sleep at? The circus floor. What the fuck? Mingus, please, no. Please, Mingus, don't disappoint me. Thank you, Mingus. You know, you get him sometimes. That's all that matters. Said he would die laughing if he did it? Oh, I thought you said you just didn't want to do it. Or maybe that's how I took it. Yeah, like I said, I'll keep Mingus for as long as I can. But once I get my final team member, which I feel like should be obvious what I'm going for the final team member, he's out. I feel like the next 3 Pokemon are obvious that I'm going for. I feel like it's really obvious. Mingus just get tired, can't move any faster. No, it's because Takedown, like, has shit accuracy, but Takedown's like its only good move. It's because now chat finds out about this idea. I mean, they're gonna see it if I get the art anyway. Because I will just add everyone. Well, no, I'll just add the NSFW rule in my server, like I usually do when I get NSFW art. So, you know, anyone in my Discord server is gonna see it anyway. Hello, is there anyone else I can talk to that wants to fight me? Oh yeah, okay. Everyone just wants to fight me. It's a good and bad move. Why does everyone want to fight me? This sucks. We catch a Pawniard, name it Burger for you? Okay, you know what? I'll do that. I'll never use it, but I'll I'll do that. Why do you even have Flame Charge, bro? Like, it doesn't make any sense. Also, he's so tall. I didn't know how tall this guy was. I thought he was short. But his fight makes him look so tall. I don't know. Wait, did I miss? Oh my god. Bro, 3 Flame Charges that aren't doing anything against me versus me missing every single move. What do I do? Okay, thank you. Okay, finally, bro. Finally, they missed. Black and White is just a game where I miss, I guess. Oh my god, yes, light screen, yes. Yeah, like I said, Tillman's useless on you, so, bye. It'll be good for doubles, but like, you know. We're not doing doubles. In Tallahassee. Oh, that's what you meant. I didn't know how tall they were. I'm getting no experience just because I'm over leveled. That's so stupid. Electric guitar, what does that do? Oh, that's what that does. Wait, it's you. I know you. Why does everyone want to fight me, bro? I just want to go places, you know? I just want to go to the gym. I think I'm over leveled. But you know what? Whatever. It doesn't even matter anymore. You would think Blitzel learning flame charge is baffling wait until you see Eel whip out a flamethrower. But Eel with flamethrower is like good on it at least, right? Because flame charge on Blitzel isn't good, it does nothing. I don't know. To be fair, Blitzel's also just a bad Pokemon, so what do I know? You know? Blitzel's is kinda there, whatever. Much better, yeah. Great Eels, especially oriented than Flamethrowers, great coverage, yeah. Cause I always forget that Zedstrika and Blitzel are just shit Pokemon. I always just forget this. Cause they don't look like bad Pokemon, I was thinking. You know like how you judge Pokemon and you think they're good based off their looks? They don't look like bad Pokemon. But they are. That's the stupidest thing. They're so bad. Oh my god, Sigilyph on Sigilyph violence. I think that's back as a bunch of rocks or a chunk of ice lying thunder. True, I do love that they can learn that though. Wait, why do you have Tailwind? That just makes me faster! Wait, is that what you did? Oh no, you didn't do that. I didn't see what they were doing. I just heard the animation, I was like, wait, did you do Tailwind? Whatever. Actually, wait, you say you got whitewashed? They whitewashed, bro. They whitewashed him. Oh my god. What the fuck? Mine's much as that spread was physical electric type. Yeah, the horses were doing, yeah. I can't believe they whitewashed him. How could they do this to him? What the fuck? It's me, Alessa. Please lower the drawbridge. I have a couple of trainers who want to challenge you. Okay, thanks. Now watch this. Oh my god. It's like the Golden Gate or something. That's crazy. But it's like red or something. That's also crazy. What the fuck? That's not supposed to be here. I thought this shit was based on New York. I have a TV gig, so I gotta go. Generally, the next town may take some getting used to. Do your best, Bell 3. It's like it's in real life. What I am is a trainer. I prove I'm right by getting stronger and winning in battle, and even against a champion. Can you shut the fuck up? No one cares. Bye. How do I get back here? Oh my god, I have to go through all this grass. You know what? Wait, why is this shaking? Oh, that's why. Wait, what is this? Oh. I don't know. That was a nice sense to watch. Can it please be shared with hammers? I want to, bro. I really want to. Do I want to catch Autono? You know what? I want to see what name you guys come up with for Autono. I won't use it though. No, I'm getting slapped. I should have ran. What the fuck? A Squingler? Oh, bro has a berry. I understand. I might accidentally kill you. I understand. Okay, whatever. And that was a good XP farm. Oh, so I shouldn't kill it. I see. Or I shouldn't catch it. I see. Okay, you're dead, bye. You deserve this. Oh my god, 1567! 67. I understand what you mean now. Whoa. Okay, remember this route for later. Because right now, I just want to get through it. What the hell? 6-7. Wait, Plane, I thought you were a sub. To be fair, I don't know anything. No, unfortunately. Looks like the money issues got you too, huh? 6 and then the number after 6. True. That is a thing. That is a thing, you know. I don't know what thing, but it is a thing. Struggling over here. You know, if I could get subs, I would. But unfortunately, I need the money for a reason. So I can't really do that. But if I could, I would. But unfortunately, I can't, like I said. Oh my god. W gift, oh my god. I don't know who gifted the sub, but thank you. Oh my god, Emperor Palpatine. Wait, that's crazy. I can't believe we got Emperor Palpatine over here. Who do I use? I don't want to use Phoenix. I use Mingus. Janitor Palpatine. What? Oh my god, Outmore, what the fuck? No, Emperor Palpatine, don't do it. Fuck you, Emperor Palpatine. Fuck you. I'm gonna kill you. No, Mingus is dead. No. Emperor Palpatine, why? Okay, finally use Phoenix. Maybe. Honestly, how are you with Phoenix? Mingus is fucking dead. They got him, bro. They fucking got him. Okay, Phoenix avenged him, though. I don't mind giving experience to Mingus still. Because I already said I'm not using him. I'm kind of just doing it for the meme at this point. If you might make me... No, I can't. I can't actually. Because the last Pokemon actually like puts my team all together. I was gonna say, you know what? I might just keep Mingus for the meme. But I literally can't. What is this? Oh. Sometimes above the bridge, you can see the shadows of bird Pokemon, right? Their feathers drift to the ground here. And when you try to pick them up, occasionally you'll run into a Pokemon. I see. Hi, Real with a Dark Hero. Did you have a good clown week? I did. I wish the art I commissioned got finished. But, you know. That's what happens, I guess. You fight me. When a ship passes, the bridge raises and lowers, but Clay controls when the ship runs from the start, so when the bridge raises and lowers, it's up to Clay. Let's keep your money. Every penny counts at some point. Yeah, I know. I need the money for my things. Muscling. But yeah, I don't know. It's stupid. I literally just had that thought like, wait, I could keep Mingus for the meme, and I was like, it's raining. I know this song. And I was like, oh wait, I can't because the last Pokemon like actually like covers everything else and Mingus doesn't. So I can't keep Mingus, unfortunately. So how about the city's pride and joy, the drawbridge? We also call it the Charizard Bridge due to its elegant form. Okay. Okay. Zekrom dance. Why are you here? So you're to change the less I was talking about, huh? I'm Clay, I'm a Julie around these parts. Don't be expecting no welcome now. Because when we lowered that bridge, the Team Plasma guys we caught done escaped in all the ruckus. What a bother, we're grateful that you learned, bro, they're making fun of my culture. I live in Texas. I was born and raised in Texas. They're making fun of my culture. Little models, thank you. I don't know when he said that, but thank you. Supporters, y'all showed up and that's when Team Plasma escaped. It's a little heavy-handed, but y'all just start looking for Team Plasma too. You both talented trainers, aren't you? Tell you what, if you find Team Plasma, take it. Yeah, you accidentally skip that. I saw about give and take. Well, I suppose that's fair. But really, we would have looked for Team Plasma even if we hadn't asked. I can get stronger about beating that bothersome bunch. Thanks for the head pat. I'll go on ahead. Okay, Falco, this is very important. When can I get Dynamo? I need Surf first, right? I'm pretty sure. When I win, it's because of my Pokemon. When I lose, it's because of me. That's how I always think. No, when I win, it's because of me, and when I lose, it's because of my Pokemon, surely. On the other side of the ocean, there are a lot of different people and a lot of different Pokemon, aren't there? I'm pretty sure I need Surf. I don't remember. Chargestone Cave? Yeah, so I need Surf for Chargestone, right? Or do I need to beat this gym and then it's Chargestone? Is that it? And kind of like extremely weird. Yeah, it's an 8% catch. So when I try to catch it, it'll probably be like an hour, I'm guessing. Actually, if you have a Pokemon with static, it ups it to a 10% chance, I think. Actually, it might be 16. Why does it think it's winter? But yeah. Hey, and a Professor gave you a Pokemon to start your journey, right? That Pokemon's still with you, and if you had some strong bond, there's a special move it can learn. Sure. Wait, what the fuck? What do you mean it's not... Okay, you know what? Wait, hey God. Hey God. Here you go. Is it a Chargestone Cave? I know it's in Chargestone, but I don't know where you get in like how you get to Chargestone. What? Oh my God. I don't even know what it is. Special effect, they're combined in battle. I see. You go there once you beat Clay? Okay. Yeah, I know the odds are low. And well, you know, my luck is bad. So we'll see. I had to get it though, this thing. But yeah. There must be a community town where everything is important and everything is available. What the fuck is this guy? Want something good? Show me a Pokemon level 30 more. Oh, strong. Okay. Yay! I don't know what that does, but yay! He's a Driftville gym, you're on your way? Yeah. But I know the odds are low. I know it's an 8% chance. That's why. I literally know the exact odds. And I know my luck is shit, but I'm still gonna do it. I'm still gonna do it. And I don't care. It will happen. I'll literally run in circles like I did with fucking Sigalip. I don't care, I'll do it. Okay, I'm gonna take a search for legendary Pokemon. If you're interested, go talk to him. How do I change my date? Actually, wait, no. Yeah, why does it think it's... Is it because it's... Does it think I'm fucking Australian? It knows what date it is. Are we getting time really quick as a kid? Oh, that's not gonna be me. So why is it winter then? Because the date is right. Change season every month? Oh. Oh, so I just got unlucky and it thinks it's winter and... Okay. I thought the game was just stupid and thought I was Australian or something. I don't know. They said go here, right? I'll go here. Gotta show off the suspect giving some out. I see. I didn't know. Oh, speaking of suspect, dearly. I need to change that in settings, right? I didn't change anything in settings. I just don't want it to be snowing right now. That's it. I kept the settings the same. Like, I kept it normal. Oh wait, your eyes aren't you? Okay, fine, I'll switch, bro. I'll switch to Rage Jelly. But yeah, I kept it like normal settings. I didn't change anything except the text speed. And to catch a card, this is the emulator. Oh, what the fuck? I'm dead. Because I got crit randomly. That's cool. I love it when that happens to me. I really love it when that happens to me. I've got it ground is weak to ice or ice weak to ground. It's one of the two. Oh my god, I'm getting raided. What the hell? Wait, Larry's not here, I have to do this. Astral, Sally? Sorry, I can't read. How's it going? Hello, my name is Celeste Solaria. I'm a background VTuber. I'm only streaming Nintendo and horror games. And, this is my first time ever playing Pokemon White, and I'm having a fun time. Just call you Astra? Okay, but how are you doing? How's your stream? And what were you playing? Are you fucking serious? how are you doing? Yeah, push down the hole by Astra, now you're stuck. Oh, I see. But hi, I hope you had a good stream. I thank you for trusting with your community. I hope, if you need a raid to run, obviously, you know, go do that. Sometimes I do that, so I understand. I'm almost toxic myself right now. Good, you're playing Dead by Daylight, got recommended by your friend Splats. Oh, you know Splats? Okay, yes, okay. This makes sense now. I'm dying. But yes, I'm very hyper today, so I might be annoying, but yeah, you know, I'm very chaotic, whatever. Oh, and hi, Splats. But yes, thank you for trusting with your community. I hope nothing goes wrong. No! I had to run. I just had to run. Good to hear from the TikTok stream playing on an emulator catch a card. I said emulator. But hello. You aren't annoying? I feel like I'm annoying sometimes. Especially, bro, I named the fucking dog Mingus. Like, what do you think? Why can't I run? Why can't I run? Why can't I run? I just wanna run. I don't wanna be here. I don't wanna fight this guy. I just wanna run. Please just let me run. As you can see, my luck is garbage. But I just wanna run. We said it already, my turn. Yeah, I said it already. To be fair, I said it very quickly, and then I said something else very quickly. Yeah, that's how I speak. Why do I keep running into these deers? Oh my god, Mingus. You know what? Fuck you, I'll kill you with Mingus. Everyone's faster than Mingus, it fucking sucks, actually. Oh my god, Mingus can't kill. I love you, Mingus, but oh my god. I don't know, I'm amazing. I just want to go to the Pokemon Center. Thank you. Can we, Lurkies, have a good stream? Okay. Have a good rest of your stream. I got a lot of follows and none of the alerts played for some reason. That's crazy, but thank you for all the follows. Unless they did play and I just didn't hear them. But thank you for all of them. Can I, like... No, I can't. Yeah, because Robo followed. Yeah, wait, why aren't the alerts playing? Why did the raid alert play? Oh my god, everything just broken today. That's crazy. That's crazy. What's full of suicidal? Dear god, this is America. I'm in New York, I think. Or something. I don't know where I am. I hope I don't encounter a guy with a gun. That'll be bad. But yeah, thank you for all the follows. Everything's broken today, I don't know why. I could have some fix it. Again. I'm gonna kill myself, actually. Where is everything? Oh yeah, sorry, I say that a lot too. I kind of realized that that's not a normal thing to say, but I say it a lot. I kind of just made it part of my vernacular. And you know, maybe I should change. Maybe I shouldn't be like this. And maybe I should change. Will I ever change? No. But, yeah. Yeah, whatever. Fuck you, scientist. How'd I get over there? Oh, I need surf. I need some reformation. See, the thing is, this kind of like relates to you. I don't think hypnosis will ever work on me because I'm too fucking stubborn of a person. And I double down all the time. If someone tells me I'm wrong, I'll literally gaslight them into thinking I'm right. I will literally do this. I will literally lie for fun. I actually do lie for fun. I do it all the time. That's just the type of person I do. That's just the type of person I fucking am. I will literally lie for fun just because it's fun. I will just spread misinformation. Like, if someone asks me an innocent question on stream, there's a 50-50 chance whether I'll actually answer or I'll just lie to them for fun. So never ask me a question on stream. Water's red? You're wrong, actually. But you're actually wrong about that, because water isn't wet, water is water. Because the concept of wetness doesn't really, you know, apply to water. Because... oh my god, do I really go into this? The dress is black and blue. Okay, to be fair, I thought the dress was gold. I thought it was white and gold. Was it not? Or was I being gaslit? I don't know. I don't fucking know. I fucking hate Omolga. Can I go away from this? Oh my god, thank you. Are we really doing this with water being? Yeah. I guess we are. No, fuck you, Mingus. Mingus, kill him. Hang on, what I'm gonna do right now... Where's my alert box? I'll just do this while I look for my alert box in my OBS because I can't find anything. Fuck you, Mingus. What the hell? Mingus, what the fuck? Wait, but Rachel is gonna die. I can't do this. What the hell? I can't find my... Yeah, you're dead. I can't find my Zing. I'm not even paying attention to this fight. I'm looking for my alert box. Okay, there we go. Refresh. There we go. I think it's good now. I mean, I can even hit inside anyway. My secrets are just stubborn, etc. You know? I'm very stubborn. I will accept this. I can't use you. Actually, I can use you. This is a mistake, though. So hi, Fantasy. How's it going? Why do you have leech seed? So why'd my OBS move? No, don't go there. I don't know why my OBS moved. It moved, but I like clicked into it. That was kind of weird. Whatever, though. It's good now. It's good now. Everything is fine. There is no war in Ba Sing Se. Or whatever. Ario, how do you feel about him now? I feel like you get this question a lot. Actually, don't answer that. I don't want to be annoying. What the fuck? Among Us. Fungus. Among Us. Oh wait, I can't use you. Among Us. Can I run? Yeah. Actually, this is a warm bossing say. Among Us. Wait, oh, it's because you're the same level. Pouring rain fighting Pokemon. Yeah. Yeah. Among Us. Oh my god, you- oh wait, no, that's not it. Never mind. I read that wrong. Let's see. Wait, I don't have anything good against you. I have nothing good against water types right now. It fucking sucks. because you're weak. You're not weak. You're weak, but you're weak too. I guess I could use Mingus, but Mingus is fucking dead. So I can't use Mingus. That's the Pokemon Hypno's ugly. I know, I think it's ugly too. I was asking to be annoying. And that's why. That's why I said I feel like you get this question a lot. That's why I said don't answer that. I'm just being annoying right now. Oh my fucking god. It's gonna be one of these. It's gonna be one of these. You actually don't? Oh my god. I thought you would, honestly. Cause you know how people on the internet are. But whatever. Cause everyone has the same brain cell in that opinion. Yeah. You know what? Real. Honestly, real. Why? I knew it was gonna be one of these. Can you die? Please. It's 1934, apparently. Look, it's 1934. Is it actually? Oh, it is. Okay. I had to check. I had to check. I don't know why I had to check, but I had to check. Even though, like I said, I literally put it into the settings myself, so I know it's right. Was even? I think Hypno's. I don't know. Actually, I think it's supposed to be a cat. Actually, but I don't know what it is. What is Hypno the Pokemon supposed to be? You know what? We'll ask Google AI. Inspired by traditional hypnotists, dream-eating folklore like a Japanese Baku and the myth of the Pied Piper, it carries a swinging pendulum to put targets to sleep and feed on their dreams. Okay, that's what it is. Apparently, according to Google AI. A Baku, yeah. A Baku. I see. That's what Google AI said. You can trust Google AI. Google AI is never wrong. Wait, why are you in the lead? I don't want you in the lead. You're gonna do nothing to this. Bro, I feel like this Deerling is so annoying. And it's faster than Rage Jelly, and like Rage Jelly will just die. So it's just annoying. I feel like the other Deerlings are so much easier to deal with. All I'm hearing is that it is a nasty, ugly child. Tindo is a nasty, ugly child. Why does it slow down my game? Oh. I just have to use fucking side move and just win, I guess. Thank you, Phoenix, Arizona. I love you. I don't love you, actually. I hate that place. But thank you, Phoenix, Arizona. Huh. Do I have both light screen and reflect for no reason at all? And then I replace Air Cutter with Fly for no reason? No, I think that's bad, right? Cause this is physical, right? Yeah, and this is special. I think my team is weaker against special, so I think I just keep light screen. So yeah, forget. I mean, both are good, but yeah, forget. Special would definitely keep Air Cutter for now, yeah. Can I heal? I don't want to use my shit. Why are you shaking, bro? I guess I'll go with... What is this? It better be cool. Why is it playing this? Oh, it's I don't know. Z. You know what? Yeah, Sacramento can kill this. You need the experience. This is good enough for me. You can kill this guy. I think Jazzy beat Hypno and Ugly. I don't like any of them. Yeah. Why? Why? Why do you have this? Why? Bro, you're gonna slap him awake. Don't slap him awake. Don't do that. Stop. 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 Okay, yeah. Can he wake up? Bro, can he wake up, please? Are you serious? I need to heal you. At least you're doing this, so you're doing no damage. Can you, like... Okay, can you? You have a berry. Bro, why am I just fighting the most annoying things possible right now? I don't know what's happening. I'm just fighting the most fucking annoying things possible. It's actually insane. Can you wake up? Thank you. Bye. Okay, you're not dead. What the fuck? I feel like everyone just... I don't know. I feel like Pokemon just like, let's make the most annoying fucking possible thing for you to fight and then fight it. And then they make me fight it. And I just don't know. I just don't know what to do. Let's do better. What's the... Oh wait, I know what you're talking about. Never mind. On level 26. Yay. I found an elixir. Yay. There's another way. It's gonna be a fungus. Oh, it's not. Okay. What's this? Mission Year Seasons, a season research lab. I don't want to do that, but whatever. Where's my revive? There it is. I should have bought more of these. I literally have so much money. I should have bought more of these. I don't know why I didn't. I really don't know why I didn't. Like, I bought 17 of these. I could have bought more revives. Whatever. It doesn't matter, bro. I could have been better. I wasn't better, though. I was not better. Hello. We wish to change this nature that occurred due to season. Consider Pokemon called Deerling, which lives in the forest and appears... Its appearance said to change according to the season. Okay. I don't like Deerling. I don't like this Deerling, actually. Why am I playing in the winter? I'm getting the most useless fucking Pokemon. I don't want to get Deerling. Wait, hang on. I'm gonna go to my options just to see. Okay, so I can't change the seasons. Maybe I have to do it before. I don't know. But, like, I don't like that it's winter here. I need it to be next month already. I don't like this. I'll be back grabbing some dinner. Okay. I don't like this. I don't want it to be this, you know? I don't want it to be this. I don't want winter. I'll unlock the mechanism and find a secret of your power. Like, I hate that it's winter, actually. This fucking sucks. Why is it winter? Why do they have Deerling? I don't want this guy. Look, I'm gonna switch to Rage Jelly right now, and he's going to disappoint me. He's only 4 levels. Not 4, he's only 3 levels lower, and he's still gonna disappoint me. He's about to be 2 levels lower, and he's still gonna disappoint me. Look. Okay, yeah, Leech Seed, whatever. Fuck you. Oh my god, he did it. Let's go. Oh my god, thank you. Oh my god, you weren't useless. Finally. Oh my god. Work up. That's a good move. Yeah, that's a good move. Get rid of this bitch, bruh. Actually, get rid of this bitch, bruh. I don't know why I have that. Yippee. Fuck you, Maria. You know what else I should have bought? I should have bought more repels. I did not buy repels. And I should have bought repels. I mean, I have a lot of repels already. I know I have a lot of them. I say a lot, but it's not that much. It's only like 5. It's only 5 of them. But still. What? Oh my god, it's Among Us. No. Bro, you're such a good Pokemon, but I don't want to use you. Fuck you, Among Us. I just switch. The poop. Why are you doing that? Don't do that. Ouch. Yeah, don't do that. I'm gonna kill you. Why? Oh, 5 levels higher. Oh my god, bro. What's even the point? What's even the point? The fuck has a butt plug mushroom? No, it's Among Us. Don't talk about Among Us like this. Oh, at least stone. If only I could evolve something. Among Us. That's what bro is. Bro is Among Us. He is Among Us. Vanilla. Oh my god. Okay, what is Ice Week 2 that's not fire? I think it's like firefighting, rock, and steel. Okay, so I have none of those. Got it. Got it. I only have fire. I don't want to get the experience to him. That's why. Because I'm gonna replace him once I get Chandelier. That's why I'm just like, bro, I don't want him. But he's here. Are you serious? You had to stop missing. Thank you. Bro, they're 1 level higher than Vanilla. You can't miss them. You actually just can't. Frillish. And that is water, right? Yes. I don't have anything for that either. Yeah, I don't have anything for this. Mingus, go! No, I can't use Mingus anymore. Bro, if I'm missing everything now, just imagine when I'm fucking trying to... You know... I'm trying to catch Dynamo. That shit's gonna suck, bro. That shit's gonna suck. I already know it's gonna suck, but I got crit. Are you fucking serious? This is what I made. Oh my god. Everything's gonna suck. I know it's gonna suck, but whatever. Okay, I think when they get level 30, I'll switch. I'll be forced to get a Dynamo for as long as I'm around. I need the good luck. I need people to give me good luck. That's what I need. But I don't have good luck. It's the same. But I need people to give me good luck. I wish I had good luck. You know how much easier my life would be if I had good luck? Like, bro. But my luck is bad. Ouch. My luck is bad. What the hell? Please don't miss. Yay. Bad luck. I always have bad luck. I'm surprised that didn't miss. I'm going to be honest. But yeah. I always have bad luck. My luck was good enough to get a second title plus into me by mistake. Oh my god. Yeah, see, I need this luck. I need this. Minchito. You know what's the worst thing too? I'm not gonna get a fighting type move until like so much later in the game. Because I think my fighting type has to be fucking Crocodile. Hang on, let me look at my notes. But I'm pretty sure it has to be Crocodile. Oh no, wait, but no, that's still the last Pokemon I'm getting. So yeah, it still has to be something else. Whatever, bro. This shit just sucks. And that's what I'm saying. Are you fucking serious? Why do you want me to have the worst time possible playing a Pokemon game? Stop singing. You know, at least it goes by first. Or fast, whatever. Bro, they're probably gonna die before I even get to have another move. You're back, what'd you miss? I'm asleep. Apparently. Yeah, they're probably gonna fucking... Okay, there we go. That's crazy. Emolga, oh my god. Who do I even use? Why does everyone have a Moga? What is the point? What the fuck? You're gonna miss. Rage Jelly falls at level 35 and I'm pretty sure... Sorry. Yeah, but I'm not using Rage Jelly. I'm replacing Rage Jelly with Chandelure. That's why. Rage Jelly's not part of my team. I just have him right now, just for coverage. No! And also shit like this keeps happening. Like, what the fuck? That's my favorite ghost type? Yeah, I love Chandelure. You know what, I'll use this. This probably won't... Bro. All you had to do was hit. That's all you had to do. All you had to do was hit him and he wouldn't be dying. Just hit him. Thank you. Oh my god. That's all you had to do. What the fuck? Thank you for the berry. I must away. Have a great rest of your stream. Glory to Mingus. Okay, goodbye, Sinister. I hope you have a good one. I'm fucking dying. Why does this keep happening to me? I almost pressed the wrong Pokemon. That would have been bad. And then I would have wanted to die. I love Mingus. You know what, next time I stream this game, I'm just gonna title it I Love Mingus. Or I'm gonna put I Love Mingus after first time Pokemon or whatever. The entrance to Chargestone Cave just ahead is blocked off. It's because of a Pokemon called Galvantula. If I don't ask Clay to do something, there's no way to pass. Is this it? Oh, that is it. Okay, where's Clay then? Oh, this isn't where Clay is. I don't want to be here. Oh my god, yeah, I don't want to be here. Mingus! Mingus, you're gonna die! Mingus, you can't be here! No, Mingus! Mingus, you gotta leave! What the fuck? Are you serious? Mingus flinched. What the hell? Mingus, you're not supposed to flinch. I gotta switch. I gotta switch to you. Yeah, you're way better. Mingus, don't fucking flinch this time, please. 6 Mingus Nuzlocke. I can't do that. I can't do that, bro. You see my luck? Oh my god, Mingus is dead. What the hell, Mingus? Why are they doing so much? I don't understand why they're doing so much. I like this is bad, but whatever. Aaron Connor is an opposing Mingus. I feel like you're too slow. But I don't know if you're actually too slow. But we'll see. Hi, Unseal. Oh my god, it's been a while. That didn't kill? Are you serious? By the way, what is this? That's crazy that it didn't kill. Feels like it's always a while. Yeah. Sure, I'll do this, whatever. This is probably like the bad choice, but whatever. It was the bad choice. God, just kill someone. I don't care. Just kill someone, please. Thank you. Oh my god. I had to send the big boys, bro. That's what I had to do. I had to send the big boys. Oh, you're also weak to that. Okay. That's good to know. That's really good to know, actually. Get me out, get me out, get me out. I don't even know what's back there. And Route 6 is a place called Merciful Cave. Yeah, Kobali items that are practical to see a fire ancient Unova. He needs to move called syrup. I don't have syrup. I need syrup. What is this? Oh my god, yes, thank you. Oh my fucking god. Finally. What do you say? Have this? Oh, thank you. I don't need this, but thank you. Actually, maybe I do need this. But I don't know. Wait, where do I go? I'm just kind of going here. No, not again. I don't think I go here. Wait, do I go here? I don't know. I don't want to be here. Okay. Let me change my Pokemon so Mingus isn't in this spot. I'm sorry, Mingus, but you can't be there. Wait, I thought I was supposed to go here. Because didn't they say they were here? Where Mingus go? I don't know. Oh my god, no, I'm trapped now. Hi Terry, how's it going? Oh my god, bro. Fucking Vanillite. And Beacon just can't be there, I don't know what to tell you. If Mingus is there, like, bad things happen, I don't know. Ouch. What the fuck, you have Avalanche with the— that's crazy. That's actually crazy. Ice cream, I'm doing good, how are you? I'm dying. Tell this guy. Can you run now? Yay. I just wanted to kill that guy, I don't know. Okay, where am I supposed to go then? I thought I was supposed to go here. I just kind of wait here, you know? I don't know. I don't know where I'm supposed to go. But yeah, I'm doing good. I don't know if I answered that yet, but I'm doing good. Okay, so Clay is not here. I understand. I thought I had to fight him. He said he had to go to Team Galactic, right? But I don't know where Team Galactic is. There's somewhere, I don't know where. I wanna buy repels and revives. Yes, give me these, thank you. And then where are the repels, thank you. Yes, thank you, okay, bye. No, fuck you, bye. I wasn't really listening. Mingus needs Mingus stay. Wait, where do I go? Actually, I'm actually asking, where do I go? The game won't tell me, right? I know. The game won't tell me. Whoa, wait, do I have to do this? I do, oh my god. They really wanted to use the touchscreen, huh? I don't know where I go. I thought I just had to go up there, but guess not. I don't know where the gym is. Oh wait, the gym was over here, right? But he's just gonna say like Clay's not back yet or something. And I don't know where they went. Argentinian Clay is in the middle of something right now? Please come again later. Yeah, I don't know where he is. Okay, what if I go up here instead? Oh wait, this is nothing, right? The old guy in Mystic is searching for legendary Pokemon. If you're interested, go talk to him. I don't really care. And I got to confront Plasma in the southern part. Oh, the southern part of the city. Okay. Yeah, I knew I had to go find Plasma. I just didn't know where they were. I thought they were like over there. And I didn't want to go over here. Gold store. Oh, I had to fight all you. Okay, whatever. Whatever, bro. Whatever makes you sleep. I don't fucking know. Get away from me. I don't care. Venipede. Why? Where's Phoenix? There he is. Oh, that's bad. Wait, Psychic isn't weak to poison? Wait, that's crazy. Are you serious? Oh my fucking god, they know. They know. They know. Die. Thank you. Fuck off. What the fuck is Carablast? I have never heard this Pokemon before. Oh, it's that guy. Okay, yeah. This little fucking bug that I hate, actually. Fucking bug that I hate, bruh. Die. Another fucking youngster. Why are they all here? Why are they actually all here? What the fuck? Get him out of here. I want to kill him. Joltik. But that is a bug electric. I can do this. And then he will die. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know, actually. Ouch. I'm weak to that. Okay. I didn't know I was weak to that. He has a really cool second form. Oh, that guy. Yeah, I don't like that guy. Oh, you're not weak to this. Okay. You're weak to flying then. That's cool, whatever. Or fire. Also, you're also weak to maybe that. I don't fucking know. Get him, Tomb. Okay, whatever. Ouch. Yes, get him. Yes, okay. The Webble, I mean, I can just stay, right? No. I can't just stay, never mind. If I stayed, that would be stupid. That would actually just be stupid. Okay, bye, Dwebble. Maybe. What? Oh, wait, we're still alive. Whatever. Okay, that's cool. Bye. I'm glad Sturdy exists so they can die to hail. Yeah, that works so much. Whatever. I'm just using all the wrong options. Cause I'm just like, oh yeah, that's a bug. I can use this. No. Cause it's also rock. And then, you know, against Joltik, I was like, yeah, that's electric. I can use this. No. I can't. Cause it's a fucking bug. So it's like, bro, whatever. What do I do? You know? Solaris, do you think Team Plasma could be in there? I don't like cold places, but we have to check. What a bother. The reason why Clay is having a good look for Team Plasma because he is testing your abilities. Someone's in hit you on the way out. Oh my god. Where am I? Well, still, is there anything more important than strength for trainers like the champion said? Oh, I'll never understand just by thinking about it. What a bother. Let's hurry up and check the inside. Fuck you. Give me this. Oh, fuck you. No, I can't go over here. No, what the fuck? I hate ice puzzles. What the fuck? I found Scald. Whatever the fuck that is. Bro, that guy's gonna fight me for no reason. Yeah, he's gonna fight me for no reason. Bro, who do you think you are? I'm on your side. I'm on, bro. This always happens to me. This always happens to me. And they always want to kill me for no reason. And I'm just like, what the fuck? Why would you do that, you know? But they do it anyway. Even though I'm on their side sometimes. And it's like, bro, what the fuck? You know? Timber, what the fuck is fighting me against Psychic? Right, yeah, sure. That's the water move with the burn effect? Yeah. No, that's not the water move with the burn effect. It just lowers defense. That's all it do. And I'm glad that's all it do, you know? Whatever. This guy is dead. Fuck that guy, bro. I think my Pokemon are too overpowered now. Are you serious? I didn't want to actually go up here to fight you. I didn't know what was up here. I thought it would be the item and then just this fucking guy, bro. And I just like, oh my god. Look, he's also gonna have an annoying Pokemon. Yeah, there we go, an annoying Pokemon. You know, it kind of sucks just because I don't have anything good against water right now. Like, I think that's the worst part. If I did, this wouldn't be so annoying. But I don't. I don't have anything good against water right now. Until I get the you-know-what. Don't do that. Mingus, no, you're gonna die. Again. Bro, Mingus, ever since y'all have been hyping him up, he's just been permanently dead. I don't know what to do about it, you know? Oh, you're gonna die if I do that. I don't know what to do about it. Are you serious? Bro, why do I keep missing? I don't understand why I keep missing. So they're just allowed to do whatever the fuck they want to me for no reason. Keyner's in the height, maybe. I don't even know this will kill. Okay, it did. Timber, no, fuck this guy. Okay, I'm so glad I didn't fucking miss, bro. Oh my god. That's been like my worst thing is missing. I just been missing so much. I don't know why. It's kind of weird, you know? Okay, you know what I should do? You know what I should do? I should revive Mingus first, actually. That's what I should do. I don't want to waste a revive on Mingus, but whatever. It's what I had to do. That's a repel. It's what I had to do. Do I not have revives? Oh wait, no, they're in medicine. Right. Sometimes they're in items, sometimes they're in revives. I don't understand why they switch all the time. Okay, now. Yep, I go here. And then where is you? Item. Take. And an item. Give. Yeah. We gotta tell Mingus to lock in? Yeah. We need to tell Mingus to lock in. Hi Kazuma, how's it going? What I do here? Would I actually need to come up here? Oh, I did. Cause I can go here. IZ. IZ. Okay, you know, that makes sense. That's why this guy's here. Yeah, that makes sense, whatever. Want to dry still be lurking? Okay. Felipe. Oh, it's you. Why do you have a big clown nose, bruh? You're not a clown. You're a sing. I don't know what you are, actually. What the fuck is this guy supposed to be? Ouch. Don't do that. Ever again. Actually. Don't do that ever again. And thanks for the boot. Kurt is a fraud-ass clown. He is, bro. That's what he is. Oh my god, G Skinny, thanks for the 22 roses. I'm gonna die. No, I wanted the item. Bro, what the fuck? I hate this guy. Actually, all these trainers here I fucking hate. Because they're just like, oh my god. Like, why am I even fighting them? I'm supposed to fight Team Plasma, right? Not them. So it's like, whatever. I don't want to fight them. But whatever, they're making me fight them for no reason. So it's like, whatever. I don't know. I don't fucking know, bro. Ouch. What the fuck? You can't do that to me. I'm gonna miss. I didn't miss, okay? Hear me? Fuck you. Timber. Again. What the fuck? And then look, I'm gonna fight Team Plasma and then like, I don't know. I'm gonna have the worst time because of these guys. And then they're gonna like take over the world. It's gonna be all these guys' fault. And then I'm gonna change the trajectory of their lives. And they should reflect on that. Maybe don't fight every 13-year-old they see on the street, you know? Maybe they should think of this. I don't know. Just a thought. Eyes heal. Why do I need this? I don't need this. Brother. There's so much. And I can learn the right to face Plasma. Yeah, for some reason. Even though they all could have ganged up on Team Plasma. I don't know. Instead of being fucking annoying, they all could have just ganged up on Team Plasma. But no, they're choosing to be fucking annoying. Which, you know, I gotta respect the commitment. I don't know. I hate that Bite is priority. And it makes me think that they're stronger than they actually are. But yeah, they're not. For real, yeah. Like, this whole thing could have been avoided. But no, I'm the only smart one for some reason. I don't know why. I just am. It's crazy that I am. Got a heal bot actually makes Sigilyph look so cool. Like, I love that it does. But then, like, I'm gonna miss. Rage Jelly only misses. And I don't like it. I don't like that they only miss. Look. Oh my god, he didn't miss. You just punched the ice cream cone. Okay, whatever. Yay. Never miss. Never fucking miss ever again. Like, he's naturally smart. I don't think that's true. Is there anywhere else I can go? No? Okay. Oh, is someone in there? Shall we go in then? I don't know if someone's in there. I just kind of said anything. Oh, there they are. Oh, they're ganging up on that guy. All you huddle around me. I can't take this cold. Whatever, I can't believe you're really hiding. It's a bother, but if you're cold, then I'll show you outside. Look at our king's friends. Well, we're taking care of them. We can't let any harm come in them here. Everyone drive these intruders away. And it says, Zinzalin and the Seven Sages. Put them up. Because here we come. Do I have to fight all of them? Let's take each. Oh, okay. Sure, I guess. I can do that, sure. Who do I need to heal? I don't know. Someone. You. That's it. I guess I can deal with Mingus, sure, whatever. Mingus sweep incoming. I don't even think Mingus has leveled up. Since I gave him the XP share. His group, I'm pretty strong, that's a fact. I'm drinking so much water. Locking, I don't think they have. God, I need a fighting type so bad. I really do. Are you serious? Oh my god. Bro, I need a fighting type so bad. I'm telling you. I need one so bad. I actually just need one so fucking bad. I don't know what to tell you. So this guy will die. I should have gotten timber just for coverage. I don't know. Water's good. Water is good, but I don't know. Like, what is this? What is this? Bro, you could've just killed him already. Wait, do I actually get confused? Oh my god. That's so cringe. That's so cringe. Now you're just dead. Okay, you're not. But still, that's so cringe. Bro almost fucking died just because of a sleep. Like, just because I can't kill this guy. Because I'm not a fighting type. And it's so fucking cringe. Okay, sure. You know, you don't have to heal yourself every single time. You know it's only like a 20% chance, right? Okay, thank you. Sure, whatever. Scraggy? Oh wait, I could've done something against Scraggy. I was just spamming B because I was pissed off. I'm gonna be so real. I was spamming B because I was pissed off. And so I didn't pay attention to what he was setting out. This won't hurt me. Yep, that didn't hurt me. Bye. Oh wait, you're normal. Lol. I forgot. Actually, wait, I can do this. This will do nothing to you though. Oh, it did a lot to you, actually. Wait, what the fuck is Scraggy? Scraggy's finding dark? Oh, I see it. Wait, why didn't... Oh, wait, because it's dark, that's why. What does revenge do? Attacking the fixed double turn. You know what? Why not? At this point, why not? I needed it before, but why not? Part fighting dark, yeah. Pokemon at work with you will look like they're having fun, but the truth is they're suffering. There's no doubt about it. Can I fight someone else? Can I fight okay, sure. Sure. Whatever. I don't fucking know anymore. Lightbird. Hey, what is Dark weak to besides fighting? Cause I don't know fighting. Yes, thank you. Oh my god, yes, thank you for doing this. Oh my god, you're stupid. Oh my god, you're stupid. Oh my god, you're stupid. Bye. Wait, this might not kill you actually. But bye. Oh my god, I did so much actually. That is insane. Don't even want to rig this bug. I see. Okay. I'm glad they were stupid, you know? I'm glad that happened though. I think because they hit me 5 times, the revenge like actually like built up so much, and that's why they died. I'm pretty sure that's what happened. What is happening to me? But yeah, which is so insane that that happened. Anyway, you know? And just because you're stupid. Trubbish. I had to switch, unfortunately, just to kill you. I mean, I really don't. But like, I don't know, I like using type advantages. Trubbish. I'm sorry, princess, I had to kill you. Ouch. Don't slap my fucking whatever the fuck this is. Thank you. I'm sorry, princess. This is how it has to be. Goodbye, princess. Bye, princess. I fucking murdered her. I don't think it had to be this way. Synchronize. Should I keep this? Wait, it does damage? Because you're inflict damage on any Pokemon the same type in the area around it. Wait, should I keep Synchronize? Yeah, fuck this actually, my luck is bad. When it starts having cigarettes in the face. Why did you do that? I don't mind getting secret for some reason. I'm gonna tap members of Team Phasma here. I don't think that's true. God, I had to fight against so many Team Phasma. Stand now. I got just the thing for that bit, bro. I'm so higher leveled. I don't think I'm supposed to be this high leveled. You know what though? It's funny. Bye. Yeah, I'm fucking murdering them. And I'm getting no experience. Watchog. I hope you're faster than me. Or I hope you do damage to me. Lol, fuck you. You're dead, bitch. Bye. Lamel. You know, they're kind of stupid, I think. I think they're a little stupid. So cold, how can I win when I'm shivering so hard? Oh, hi, Clay. You brought... Oh my god. You know, they could have just done something sooner, but, you know, you're all stupid, whatever. You guys take these Pokemon robbers? Roger. Who's Roger? Sure, whatever. Bye. Eek. Bro, why is eeking? They're all kind of stupid, I don't know. Oh wait, they took one of the stages. I see. You guys ain't so bad, you... Yep, a promise is a promise. Come on and challenge my gym. That guy's ground type, right? What our Team Phasma's ideal, separating people and Pokemon is exactly the same as not having Pokemon in this world at all. Okay, so this should be easy. That bunch is a waste of oxygen. Slice, it's cold, so I'm getting out of here. Okay, so then this gym should be easy. Never melt eyes. I always get out to my water type. It's only gonna be 6:30 PM and I'm already tired. Bro, what the fuck? It's only 6:30 PM. You can't be tired. That's crazy. Okay, I'm gonna go to the Pokemon Center to heal, and then I had to pee. I had to pee. So I'm gonna go pee. Send it to the EP day, I guess. I don't know. I don't feel tired right now though. I feel really hyper. But yeah, okay. I'm gonna go pee now. So BRB. I'll go here. Sure. I'm also gonna play an ad. But yeah, whatever. Not there actually. Where was there? Oh my god. Hello. I'm back. I'm sorry if you could hear your Pokemon Center, by the way. You're not supposed to, but for some reason, sometimes it just, like, dies. I don't know why. But, yeah. Hello. I am back. I will now go fight the gym. This should be easy, though, because like I said, I have a water type. Unless you have things that fuck up water types, which I don't think they should, so we'll see. Unless they do, because you're feeling silly, I don't know. Oh, what the fuck? Like, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am Getsus of Team Plasma. I've come to pick up my associates who are in their care. I don't need those thanks now. You buddies are trying to steal some folks' Pokemon. What's this? It seems that there has been some misunderstanding. We only free Pokemon from wicked people. Well, that sounds real nice if it's true. Here we go, yeah. I may not talk pretty, but at least I'm an honest man. You talk real nice, but what you're saying kind of sounds like lying. So tell me plain, what are you trying to say? Team Plasma also has an interest in Driftveil City. And we have many, many more members besides those who are here. What? Well, I can't tell if you're lying or not, but I reckon you won this without a fight. Fine, take him and get. I see. What the fuck? Talk pretty. Getsus, thank you very much. Don't worry, my fellow servant of the king. We are 2 of the 7 sages, are we not? Well then, everyone, I expect that we will meet again somewhere. My chair feels not right. I don't know why. But it doesn't. Sorry, let Team Plasma go after you track them down, fellas, so why don't we cheer ours? Sure. Sure. Maybe go left. I don't know, maybe. If it doesn't feel right. No, like, it's not going in as much as it should, I think. That's what I mean. But yeah, whatever. I don't want to sack cake. I actually am going to win my gym match in a flawless victory. Okay, sure, why? Whatever. I don't care about you. Sorry, I'm looking at my phone now. Okay, yeah, I don't care about that guy. That guy can, like, fuck off. I don't know. Welcome to Driftveil Pokemon Gym. This gym elevators are provided for use. Okay. Wait, you're a different guy? I'm sure it was tough dealing with all that right after you arrived here. For now, I'll just give you this. Thank you. Thank you so much. Oh my god, thank you. I can't go high. Get him out, get these beggars out of you. Bro, if you think about it, that is what he is. He is just a beggar. You know? Like, what else can I say? He is just a beggar. Like, what do I do about it? Have y'all seen the Odyssey? Because I feel like... You don't know what I... Bro, you have a Palpitoad. Why? What is Palpitoad weak to? Wait, it's weak to grass. I don't have a grass type. I've heard good things about it. It's a really good movie. I liked it. That is grass. Wait, no, Palpitoad's not grass. Palpitoad is weak to grass because it's water ground. I know it's water ground. Because I love this Pokemon. It's stupid. But I don't have a grass type move. You know what? I'll just fucking punch that shit, bro. I meant that. Oh, okay. I just fucking punch this shit, bro. That did nothing. This will also do nothing. Yeah, see, I told you. And actually, movie days on Tuesday, I might try to watch it then. Honestly, yeah, because now it's not packed. If you can, though, watch it in IMAX. Like, before anything, like, I don't know, if you can, just watch it in IMAX. Just please, just do something. Just don't watch it in actual, yeah. Oh my god, Quat, hi, how's it going? I had to get the shout out myself again. I don't know where my bot is, but he's not here. But yes, hi, how's it going? What were you playing? Hello, my name is Celeste. I'm a back cloud VTuber. I'm mainly playing Nintendo and horror games. It's my first time playing Pokemon because I never grew up with Pokemon. I got exploded. But hello. Goodbye, Emperor Palpitoad. Silver, okay, I can deal with that. I have killed Emperor Palpitoad. Just gonna watch it on mobile through TikTok. Oh my god. This is your first playthrough Black and White? Yeah, this is my first time playing Black and White ever. So everything is blind, and I don't know what I'm doing. I like my team though. This is my first time playing Pokemon though, so you know. It shouldn't be that bad. But yeah. Doing some Hunterland, and we're finally down to the final 6 endings. Oh my god. How long have you been playing that? Because it's been like more than a year, right? That's how you watch the backrooms? That's crazy. So hi, Crexit. Bitch, already? Yeah, I've been going through it. To be fair, battle speed's on high too, or fast, so yeah, that's also why. Since May of last year, oh my god. I don't know how you do it. I would not be able to do that. I would get bored. I'm being honest. I would get bored. Okay, as long as there's not any more Palpitoads, I should be fine. But if there's more Emperor Palpitoads, then I can't do this. You know? Okay, good. Fuck you, Emperor Palpitoad. I've been going through it fast. I don't know how. I was kind of just like walking in circles too. To be fair, this is one less gym than last time though. Cause last stream I okay, that's good. I can kill this guy with hit. But yeah, cause last stream I got through 3 gyms. So I'm doing like probably one less gym. Cause I'm gonna spend the rest of the stream looking for a fucking Tynamo. And I'm gonna suffer looking for that Tynamo. Gen 5 is good. I know a lot of people. Oh, this is the wrong way. I know a lot of people didn't like Black and White when it first came out. Really? Because now everyone glazes this game. How'd you fare against Elisa? I remember first time. I did it pretty easily. I'd say pretty easily, but I had to use a lot of healing items. But I still did it first try. What do I do with this code? I can't deal with the code. If I was my first Pokemon, I still think it's the best. It seems pretty good, but like I said, if Gym Leader has a Palpitoad, what the fuck? What do I do then? I can't- oh wait, I go over here. I can't deal with Palpitoad. What the fuck? You know, I like how you know when I'm not paying attention, and then when I start paying attention, I don't know. I can't deal with Emperor Palpitoad. What do you want me to do? Emperor Palpitoad just... I don't know, he's too powerful. He's part of the Sith. I can't fight against the Sith, I'm just a samurai. He built different. I guess he is built different. I don't like the style of anime surprise and don't like how there were any returning Pokemon until the post-game. I think that's stupid. Because, like I said, everyone glazes this game now, so I don't know, it's kind of funny. It's very funny, actually. Where does this take me? I see. I understand. But yeah, everyone glazes this fucking game now, so it's so... I don't know, I think that's so hilarious. To be fair, when anything new comes out, they all hate it, and then like 5 years later, like everyone starts to glaze it. Like that happens for anything. Remember when Breath of the Wild first came out? When I played, I did not know Ice is super effective against ground. Oh my god. I thought it was a dumb criticism at the time. Now everyone loves it. Yeah. They didn't know how good they had it until fucking X and Y. I guess I don't know. To be fair, I'm starting to see people glaze X and Y now. So maybe I don't know anything. Maybe that's it. But when X and Y first came out, I do remember everyone hating it. So maybe, I don't know. What the fuck is this? Why is he ore farming in front of this fucking emerald? Who does he think he is? Why is he like this? Why is he actually like this? How's the team looking like that? Except 3 of those Pokemon aren't part of my team. I just had them because I don't know. I don't know why I had them in my party still, actually. I should think about... Actually, no, I had to keep Mingus. Mingus, like, became the mascot of the playthrough. So I had to keep Mingus. Mingus. Level 14 Super over. Yeah. I gotta replace that right now, actually. I mean, Zebra fucking sucks anyway. Even if I kept him, like, bro. Sure. Get him! Kill Emperor Palpitoad! He loves the emeralds, I guess. Well, think it's about time to see for yourself what it is about your skills that made a gym leader like Alessa take such a shine to you. I had to kill Emperor Palpitoad! Emperor Palpitoad was not his first Pokemon. I guessed wrong. Should I reset? I was like, it'll probably be his first Pokemon, right? No. Wait, is Emperor Palpitoad his ace? Your things for Rebecca might went into bangers. Honestly, this is one of the few I can actually remember, so I had to agree. There's, though, to be fair, there's only 2 that I remember. I only remember Fire Reds and I remember Soul Silvers. And that's it. I feel like I should reset. Cause I guessed wrong. And now I'm gonna die. You know, I'm gonna reset cause I guessed wrong. I don't feel like dealing with this. I'm gonna be completely honest. I don't feel like dealing with my bad luck right now. I don't remember anything from Gen 6 and 9. I remember the X and Y battle team. Gym team. Cause it's one of my favorites. L7. I told you, I don't feel like dealing with it. I don't feel like dealing with my shit luck. And that's why I saved. I didn't know who was gonna start with. Is this really cheating? I don't think it is. Is this coming aloud in Nuzlocke? I'm pretty sure it is, though. I'm pretty sure you're allowed to save scum, I don't know. Or are you not? Anyway, I leveled up. Excadrill, okay, I can kill this guy pretty easily, probably. Oh yeah, I can kill this guy very easily. Don't do that, though. I see mixed opinions on... So do it. Oh, okay. No. I'll be sure to see that coming. I'm gonna water pulse him just because it's funny. I knew you would do this though. Okay, but I can guarantee the kill, so whatever. I can guarantee that he won't fucking heal him, maybe. Unless it does way more damage than I think it will. It did way more damage than I thought it would. Okay, whatever. Ouch. That won't kill me, right? Yep, no, bye. And now Emperor Palpitoad! My enemy! No! I fucking hate this guy! I guess Palpitoad is now, I guess. Not Emperor Palpitoad, bro. What the fuck? Oh my god, this is so dramatic for Emperor Palpitoad! What the fuck? It's not like he's gonna die in 2 hits. And I'm gonna die in like, what, 4? I don't fucking know. Okay, well now he's gonna die in like 5 hits. Whatever, fuck you, bro. This is why I hate Emperor Palpitoad. He almost died anyway, okay. What the fuck? Oh, my accuracy. Wait, that actually does something to me. That actually does a lot to me. Can you not heal your Emperor Palpitoad? Yeah, and my fucking accuracy. Yep, thank you. I love my shit accuracy. I swear, if you just... I got crit. Yep, I knew my shit luck would happen. I like how I knew I got crit before it said I got crit. This should have been so easy. But no, I had to get randomly crit every single time. When can I get a crit? Never, I guess. Bro, this is actually so stupid. This is actually so stupid. I should have won this by now. Wait, this is actually so fucking stupid. Bro, Emperor Palpatine. I told you my worst enemy. I told you my worst enemy. It's fucking Emperor Palpatine. I should have won this by now. Okay, can Psybeam like confused too? I would also like that. Okay, thank you. Bye. I got my crit. That's all I needed. Fuck you, Emperor Palpatine. I see, but I sure didn't like it for such a young and have an opposing battle style. You can dig up your potential. You take this. Oh my god. I don't know why I keep getting randomly crit. It's actually pissing me off how it keeps happening. Two things keep happening to me this playthrough. I keep getting randomly crit and I keep fucking randomly missing. And it's pissing me off every single time. But it's like, sure, whatever. I don't care anymore. Go wait and bring it. Okay, I'll do that. Bye. I hate Emperor Palpatine. I want all Palpatones to die. That's what I need. But Mingus dead to Emperor Palpatine. True, if you think about it, Mingus is like Luke Skywalker or something. You know, like the unsung hero. If you think about it. What level is fucking Mingus anyway? I don't know what level Mingus is. I gave the EXP share to them, I'm pretty sure, but I haven't read that they leveled up at all. Let me see. At what level are you, Mingus? You're still level 20. What item do you have? Oh, I didn't give you the EXP share. I thought I did. I guess not. Okay, here you go. I wanna buy more of these. Sure, whatever. We just had to take those to do better, I guess. As I'm here to just supposed to do, I'm just doing the dragon dancing meme. I'm pretty sure everyone does. I'm gonna go over here and suffer. Who the fuck is that? Oh, you. Hey, were you at the gym just now? Oh, hey, that's Shifu's gym badge. Oh, that's really cool. That's amazing. She's so pissed off. No, I can't get distracted being all impressive with trying to do badge. I'm also a trainer at 10 like this you battle, right? Bro, she's so pissed off. Fuck, I forgot to put Zedstrike in the fucking PC. Okay, I have to do that right now. Not Zedstrike, fucking, you know what it's called. I don't know what it's called. You know what it's called, though. Yeah. Blitzel. I gotta put him away. Alright, let's see if she's stupid. She's not that stupid. I thought she would be stupid. Ouch. I'm gonna take that. I'm sure we'll probably. Okay, let's see if she's stupid. Okay, she's stupid. Ouch. Bro, is it true that her Mingus doppelganger? Bro, this is an actual Mingus. This is the actual Mingus. Oh my god, Mingus is 21. Let's go. Can't say that's the grass one, right? I don't fucking know anything. You think I know anything? I fucking don't. I don't know anything. I'm gonna miss, watch. Oh, I'm being seated. I'm gonna miss, watch. I told you! Oh my fucking god. All I have to do is hit him once too and he's dead. That's the worst part. But this won't happen. Please, please. Bro, are you fucking serious? How am I missing this match? Hi, Leru. I'm your favorite bat, Celestellaria. Well, hello, Daggerfox BT. Why am I getting rated so much today? What is happening? Bro, I have bad luck on fucking Pokemon, but I have good luck on stream. I don't know. But hi, Miss Vicky, how's it going? How you doing? Big night, what the fuck? How you doing? I hope you're doing okay. I hope my Ashwat doesn't die. What were you streaming? Hello, I'm Celestellaria. I'm a bad clown VTuber. I only stream Nintendo and horror games. And it's my first time ever playing Pokemon, so you know. Well, Pokemon Y, I should say, not Pokemon ever. But yeah, whatever. Okay, you gotta do some chores now, but you'll look for a bit. Okay, goodbye. Getting with your base because I'm awesome. I guess I'm awesome, bro. I'm dead. Masharna. I know what you are. But hello, everyone. Thank you for trusting me with your community. I hope, you know, you have good chores. I hope you have a good time doing chores. Actually, no one has a good time doing chores, but I hope you have a good time doing chores. You specifically. It's just because you raided me. Yep. That's how it works. I can't fucking kill. What the hell? Oh wait, Masharna just has a bunch of defense, right? Physical defense? Yeah, that makes sense. Bye. Oh, you're not dead. Okay, no, you're not dead actually, but whatever. She has to keep healing you, I don't know. Okay, she just like gave up. Honestly, makes sense. Makes sense that she would. Thank you, Mingus. Yes, Mingus. I love you, Mingus. Grow powerful, Mingus. I'm in a Pokemon battle with you in a while, Solaris. You become totally strong, huh? I'm not that strong, so I don't know how to say it, but I think you're way tuned into how your Pokemon feel. Oh, you know what? I want to share this HM with you. Oh my god, yes! Thank you! Thank you! Go the fuck get away from me! I don't need you anymore. I don't need to speak to you anymore. You know what I need? I need this, bruh. That's what I need. Booting up my PC. Where is Yay? Okay, should I just get rid of Air Cutter? I don't know, because Air Cutter hits all. But Synchronize and Psybeam are good. Oh wait, Synchronize is better than Psybeam? Wait, I didn't know that. Wait, I actually didn't know that. Because its base power is 70, but it grows more powerful if they're also Psychic or Flying, right? That's how it works? If I'm reading this right? So then I should get rid of Psybeam, right? And then just use Fly? Or am I stupid? I don't know. I need advice for this, because I should obviously keep Light Screen. Air Cutter hits all, so it could be good. And also critical hits land more easily, so you know. And this is also 95 accuracy, so you know, it's just also... And, you know, Fly is just better in every way, though. Like, this only hits all, that's why. I think I just get rid of Psybeam, honestly. Like, even though it can cause confusion, I think Synchronize is way better. I didn't know it was better, by the way. By 5 powers, though. Up to you. I don't want to make a decision. No, fuck you. I'll just get rid of Air Cutter. If I don't like it, I don't like it. Yeah. No, I have to use a Repel, bro. Whatever. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where? I think I passed it. That's medicine. That's key item. Yeah, there we go. It should be here. No. As long as you have Fly, you're good. Yeah, that is true. I do just need Fly. Fly is a really good move. I love flying everywhere. I should have probably healed, but you know what? Whatever. It's fine. There's a house over here that can heal me anyway. I'm pretty sure that was the house, actually. Okay, no, the house is right here. Yeah, Z, everything is good. Everything is okay. I love it when everything is okay. Bye. Nothing to worry about. There is no war in Ba Sing Se. Thanks for waiting. I can't believe I had to try and get an 8% Pokemon for the rest of the stream. And that's gonna suck. That's gonna suck. Bulldoze. Should I teach that to you? I don't know what that does. This one does damage and lowers the speed of any Pokemon it hits. Some ground type Pokemon with a little slower than like if he's Willow's Rose, it can cover that weakness. Tynamo type, I guess. I don't know how good you really are, but if you think you can go wherever. Okay. Bye. Okay, so who's the fastest on my team? Probably you. I didn't want to fly. So I'll just switch there. Yep, there we go. So what balls are you guys in? Because I don't think I can see that, actually. Can I see what ball they're in? Oh, I can. Okay, you're in Pokeball. You're in a heal ball. Oh, wait, I have 2 heal balls? Oh, I didn't know that. I already messed it up. Okay, it doesn't matter then. Whatever. Oh, hi, Ann. Why are there fucking ninjas, bro? Why do you have ninjas? We brought the one you wanted. Yes, that was a shadow try. Just now gets us enlisted them in Team Plasma. Apparently they were the ones who prepared the Galvantula nest at the cave entrance. That's crazy. I like this place. Rumors express electricity and its connection to Pokemon. If people did not exist, this would not be an ideal place. Yeah, I've been chosen, you know, does it surprise you I said that? No. If you don't understand what that means, it's not likely to surprise you. I told guesses about you and your friends. After I did, he apparently used the Shadow Try to find out about you. Sharon is pursuing the ideal of strength, where Bianca has faced the sad truth that not everyone can become stronger. And you're not swayed either way, more of a neutral presence, which is apparently a good thing. Team Plasma will be waiting for you ahead. Getis wants to see what kind of Pokemon trainer you really are. Keeping the Tynamos close. Can I just I had to get rid of my repel first. Okay, there we go. I'm electrocuted! You know, I should probably do the puzzle of the cave first while looking for the Tynamos, or else it'll be way more annoying, you know? Oh, you can get Joltik in here. Okay, wait, should I catch a Joltik so my chances are better? I feel like that's what I should do. I hope I don't kill you by doing this, actually. I probably will. Do it? Okay. My ability was suppressed. I don't know what my ability is. You know what? Netball. Because this won't work on fucking, you know, Tynamo, so whatever. But then that means I had to go out of the cave and come back. But sure, whatever. I'll put away 2 of my Pokemon. Just for this. What should I name this guy? Name him, bro. Name him. I don't know. I know what to name him. Just name him. I gotta look at Twitter in the meantime. He'll give you good luck tonight. Dinkle? Okay. I will name him Dinkle. Actually, wait. Does he have static? I don't know how to check. Because he needs static, I think, is this thing. I don't know why I can't find Decay. I don't know why I can't find it. QR's... There it is. My light was blocking me from that specific spot. Imagine. Imagine it was like, I don't know. I was kind of hoping. Where is this? Yay! Oh, I can just fly between the two? Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, that's good enough for me. Yeah, I can just fly there, okay. If I can just fly, this is so much easier, actually. Between Chargestone and this. Wait, is that mean just so much flying spots? What the fuck? Deposit. Fuck you. And fuck you. I need no wait, fuck you. I need Mingus, unfortunately. I mean, not unfortunately. But you know, whatever. And then give me. Yay. Bye. I love Dinkle. I don't know if he has static, actually. I should have checked. Don't all Joltics have static, though? Or no? Monster Pokemon accuracy is... I don't think he has static. Compound eyes. Yeah, I don't have static. Oh, this sucks. You're not gonna help me. Okay, then. Deposit. Come on, eyes is really good though. Yeah, but I need static so I could get Tynamo better. That's why. That's why I need static. I'm not using Joltik. Okay, so now, you know, the next order of business is getting a Joltik that has static, and then after that, it's fucking... maybe finding a fucking... Tynamo. Wait. Wait, can I not fly there? Oh, I can't fly there? Oh, that sucks. I thought I could fly there. Oh, so I have to waste a repel every single time. I mean, I don't have to, but like, it'll be better to waste a repel every single time. So I don't have to deal with all this bullshit, you know? Whatever. Whatever. Yeah, there's so much bullshit I have to deal with, so wait, what the fuck? I didn't think it was that bad. Imagining it is about to force time out of hiding. I wish. Is there a specific area in Chargestone where, like, the chances are higher? Because I know sometimes it's like that. But I don't think there is, right? It's just the cave itself. Or it is something else. Because I don't know how many floors this cave is. I just know it's a cave, you know? Oh wait, I can check your ability now faster too. Okay, this will be good. Electro Web, oh my god. Don't do that to me. Honestly, if not, Tynamo, Joltik could be really good. Like the one with compound eyes specifically. But, I don't know. I want Tynamo as this thing. Okay, what do I name him? First floor of the cave is 2%, the basement has 8%. Okay. What do I name him? So I have to go to the basement. The Grink. What is his name? I don't know what his name is. Where's the K again? There it is. Okay, I found it. Yay. Guess what? I don't know. Oh wait, I didn't check your thing. Why are you following me? So I see you know this, the Flingstones move when you touch them. Right, Professor? Okay, I don't care. It's the Grig, okay. Space was charged with lots of electricity. That Pokemon like the energy charges reacting from one stone to another, and that's why some of the stones are floating. Not all of the stones can be pushed. My father asked me to research Clink, which is a Pokemon that looks like a gear, because I'm okay, but I don't care, you know? I really don't care. Thank you for the egg, I guess. Giving that lucky egg to Pokemon to hold increases the amount of— oh, I see. Wait, should I get at the title or should I not? I don't know. Clink mentioned. I had to see what this thing is. Summary. I can't see what your ability is. Compound eyes. Okay, you know, whatever. I think finding a Joltik with static will just take up more time, you know? So I don't really want to do that. I think I just go through the cave as normal, and then we see what happens. Yeah. I think that's good. I think that's a good idea. I think that's what I should do. Clink! You know, this kinda sucks that I put away my fire type. So this really sucks. Someone Dan moved for some reason. Oh, that's why. Never mind. I got a Twitter DM and I was like, what the fuck? Fire. Okay, so weak to fire, weak to fighting, and what else? I always forget what steel's also weak to. Ground. Okay. There you go. Cause like I know it's something. I just, you know, I probably should give this guy Bulldoze. Though I feel like he's about to learn a good move in one level. I don't know. I'm pretty sure it does, but I don't remember what it is. Become trapped in the tube. He's gonna learn dig? Yeah, okay, that's what it is. Are you serious? Become trapped. I'm getting rid of Mud Slap, bro. What? Yeah, I'm getting rid of Mud Slap, bro. I don't care. You see what that did? Fuck Mud Slap. I think I'm too tired for puzzles. I don't want to move that one. I want to move that one. Thank you. I was like, what is it doing? It was trying to make me move the one I was touching. I was like, bro, I don't want to move that one. But I had to move it. Oh, that's a thing. I don't like that thing. Get this thing away from me. Bye. Oh, I can't go there. What the fuck? I can go over here though. Lol. Pearl Seed. I don't want that shit. I don't want that shit, bro. Do you fight me? Like, what are you doing? Oh, you do fight me. Okay. Grass and Steel Pokemon. I don't need it though. I already have my team. Okay, you see that thing? I kind of want that thing, but I won't have that thing. Oh wait, I need to fucking switch. What would you be weak to? Because you're flying in rock. It's like, would you weak? I don't know. Would you be weak to water? Maybe? Because of the rock? Or would you just be weak to, I don't know, you won't be weak to electricity. Do I have to treat you like a rock type, or do I have to treat you like a, what the fuck? Possible I'm weak against water and electric? I see. Oh, they are weak to electric, okay. You know, I guess that makes sense. Bro, I keep seeing the Mingus. Like, Mingus' name just pop up for no reason. Oh, wait, let's see. Joltik. Sucks. Really fucking sucks. Mingus jump scare. Go! Somewhere, not here, preferably. What are you making me do? How did you find something? I think we're just about done collecting data. This game has been around since the distant past, but the data to prove that Clink existed more than 100 years ago can be found. So that must mean Clink something appeared 100 years ago. Okay, yeah, whatever. I don't really care about Clink, you know, but whatever. Let me move this rock. What happens if I move it there? I don't know what I do. How do I go to the basement? That's fucking Clink. What the hell? I don't want this. Clinking is my 5th favorite Pokemon. You know, I'm glad I'm getting all these random encounters just because there's a Pokemon I want here. And you know, there's a 2% chance that I won't get, probably. Unless I make it happen. Oh my god, what are all these random encounters now, actually? I'm gonna get all these random encounters and like the 2% chance won't happen, I'm telling you. I'm telling you. Oh, I can't go up here. But there's a guy up here. I'm gonna heal, actually. Because for some reason, that one Pokemon that wasn't super effective against me did so much damage to me. So I'm just like, oh, okay, whatever, you know? I'm dying. Do you fight me? You do fight me. Okay, bro, fuck you. I just wanted to talk to you. I just wanted to be nice. But whatever, I don't care anymore. Oh, I know what you're weak to. Not this. You're not weak to this. You're weak to this. Bro, it'll be so easy, because then I can just put the XP share on fucking, on Tynamo, and then it'll just level up so much, you know, and I never have to take it off. Until, like, it's an electric, maybe. And then I can use it. And then that's it, you know, but whatever. Ouch, that did it. Why did I get crit? Fuck you, actually. Can I please stop getting crit? I don't know why it keeps happening. Oh, Mingus wants to learn Crunch. Yeah, learn Crunch, bro. I have to find a Thunderstone too. Yeah, that too. Girder. Okay, I can finally kill. With Phoenix. Thank you, Phoenix. I love you, Phoenix. At least Litwick won't be that difficult to find. I just hope they're not, like, close to each other, so I can keep the XP share on one, and not the other, you know? Though, to be fair, Litwick does learn fire moves, and Litwick can be used. It's just Tynamo that can't. So, I don't know. And that's the thing, bro. Jolting. Gonna head out, enjoy the rest of your stream. Okay, goodbye, FP. I hope you have a good rest of your night. You know, usually I end by now, but I want this fucking not jolting, Dynamo. Can I not move this? Oh, I can't. Okay. Bye. I will not use repels. I will not use repels. Repels are for pussies. Which is why I use them sometimes. Cause I am a pussy. I know it's a 2% chance, but I still want to get it, you know? Until it's an 8% chance. And then maybe I can get... To be fair, I got Sigilyph, so I don't know. How did he not get me before? There are stairs going down ahead. Team Cloud's waiting for you there. Okay. Give me this, bruh. Oh my god, I thought that woman fought me. I was like, bro, are you serious? We're not stopping until we catch her? Yeah. Honestly, yeah. Once I catch him, I'm saving and I'm ending. That's actually what's gonna happen. Well, no, I'm gonna put the XP share on him. And then I'm gonna save and end. Don't fight me. You're a bitch. You stupid bitch. Or whatever Walter White said. I'm Walter White Gaming, bro. That bitch. I'm Walter White Gaming, that's what I'm doing. I am Walter and I am white. I am not white, but you know... No, not Mingus. But you know what? Whatever. And why are you doing noted to that? That's stupid. That's stupid. Yeah, get fucking bind. No, not but what you know. Whatever. Get tuned, bruh. Get fucking tuned. Yeah, you know you're not the only one who's like a move like that, bro. No. Yeah, I should just use fucking whatever. Get tuned, bro. I should just use butt slap. I get squeezed. I need my fucking thing. I need my dynamo. No, I was hoping it'll come like when I called it. It didn't though. It fucking didn't. I'm so sad. Where'd this go? Nowhere, okay. Oh wait, okay, I see what I had to do. I can reload. Yay! I found Iron. Mislack Link. I slapped them with mud. And they just die, you know? It's kind of crazy how that happens. But I found Iron. I love Iron. I love Iron, man. He's my favorite Marvel hero. No, he's not. I love Iron. Wait, hold. 8% chance? Okay. Yeah, fuck off. I feel like if I told you guys my favorite Marvel hero, you guys like, I don't know. I feel like you guys would be surprised. Because honestly, it is kind of an out there choice. But he is my favorite Marvel hero, so I don't know. Oh my god, Rock and Rolla, what happened to you? You look so ugly now. What the fuck? Bye. Do I have to fight these guys? No. I'm gonna talk to them. We're the Nugget Brothers, I am the big brother. And I'm the little brother of the Nugget Brothers. Okay, shut up, I wanna give you this. I got a nugget. Hell yeah. I got a nugget. Hell yeah. Thank you, Nugget Brothers. I love you. I love the Nugget Brothers. Oh my god, bro. Yeah, I hit it with the ugly stick. Okay, I want to see Charge Stone Cave. Chances. So this is basement second floor, right? So I know it's 8%, but Timer Ball. No. My team's too nervous to eat berries. Okay. Okay, let me see. Standard walking. Pokemon Black. Wait, what? This is so weird. Oh, wait, that's for Joltik, that's why. 2%, 2%. Yeah, 2%, okay. I was looking at Joltik, I was like, wait, what? But that makes sense. Joltik is a 39% encounter, by the way. You know, what if I walk? What if I just walk everywhere? What if I just be walking? Damn Plasma. I can't believe Joltik is a fucking 39% chance. I mean, okay, this doesn't tell me the basement floor though, this just tells me the top floor. But on top floor, Joltik is 39% chance. Link is 29%. Pharaoh's Seed is 20%. Boldor is 10%, which I found Boldor now. And then Tynamo is 2%. So I think if I find a Boulder, I can find... you know... Dynamo. Right? Run 7 on fish, we walk on dry land. Yeah. I need luck. Someone give me luck right now. I need to find my Pokemon now. Please, I'm gonna get hungry, I know. I just want my Pokemon. And the thing is, Dynamo's frail, right? I don't want to kill it. I might kill it accidentally. Like the Dynamo Twins. I'm too nervous to eat berries, bro. Yeah, but I might kill it accidentally, and I'm so scared of that. I'm actually so scared of fucking killing it. I could switch to Herdier and then just like tackle it. And I feel like that won't kill it. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Oh, that just takes me up. I don't want to go there. What the fuck? We love him. Yeah, Towns turn bound and everything. Yeah. I gotta use that EXP share, you know. Boldor. Okay, well there's a 10% chance, I guess. But what the fuck? Oh wait, I had to go to the second basement. Oh, that's why. Okay, so this is just still a 2% chance. Okay. You know, that makes sense. I should go fight Plasma then. I didn't want to fight Plasma, but I think I had to fight Plasma. Just to go deeper. But I don't want to go. Yeah, because it says B1 is still... yeah, I have to go to the deepest floor for it to be an 8% chance. No, I didn't want to fight Plasma, bro. I mean, like I said, if I keep getting random encounters, eventually I'll get one, right? But whatever. Here's a second bit, yeah. I keep getting Joltics instead. This fucking spider that I hate. I don't hate the spider, actually, I really love it, but I don't want it. So, neck for Black and White too, maybe, you know? Maybe. Maybe for Black and White too. I can't remind a card for Finger Gyarados. It is. Oh, I can kill this, okay. This will be easy to kill. Bye! Yes, Magic Card with extra stats. Are you serious? Oh my god. Why do I protect, bro? Wait. Oh wait, you use protect now though, but so it'll do something else, right? Oh no, okay. Honestly though, you're just... I'm just gonna kill you, whatever. Because you're gonna kill me anyway. So if I just do this, yeah, you'll just die. God. Why do you get protect this random ass Pokemon, bro? I could've killed it so easily. Whatever. Whatever. Mingus. Dr. Wayne. Why is his name Wayne? Get him out. It's Bruce Wayne. Wait, no, it's actually Thomas Wayne, because he was a doctor. Sorry, I'm a Batman nerd. Though I feel like that's just basic Batman knowledge, I don't know. I feel like if you consumed one piece of Batman media, you would know that. I don't know. Mingus. Oh my god, bro. The fact that I don't know. Batman. I love Batman. I love Batman. That's my favorite DC hero. What is this song? What the fuck? I never heard that song before. What the fuck? It's a Batman. It's the freaking Bat. It's the freaking Sandile. Why do y'all have Sandiles actually? What the fuck? It's the freaking Sandile. You know, it's kind of scaring me that these guys are so low leveled. Because I just feel like, I don't know. Sandile's Justice. Because I know, like, the next gym leader will just be, like, way over leveled. I know. Scraggy. Scraggy is fighting dark, right? So it's weak to flying, right? Yeah. Yeah. I think that's what we figured out. We figured this out together. Well, no, I figured this out, but you know what? Whatever. At least I'm using my Pokemon knowledge. I used my Pokemon knowledge. Watchog. I really don't want to do this. Because, like, I don't know, Revenge is good, but, you know, I had to take a hit. And Sacramento kind of can't take hits right now because it's not fully evolved. And that's— oh my god, you super thing. Yeah, see, I don't know. At least this might kill. Oh yeah, that definitely fucking killed. Oh my god. But yeah, I don't like doing that. If Sacramento was a Samurott, I would be more comfortable. Because Samurott is tanky as hell. But this guy is not tanky as hell, you know? This guy is weak. This guy is a bitch. Scraggy. This guy kind of wishes he was tanky as hell. But he's not. And that's the thing. Like, I just mog them every single time. Pull up your pants. No. His pants are too big, he can't. Take reflexing. Why is there so much Team Plasma? Wait, what the fuck? I thought there'd just be like, I don't know, like 2. And then I would be done. No, there's way more than 2. Trubbish. There's way more than fucking 2. And I had to fight every single one of them. That sucks. I should have gone up here sooner. You know, at least I can one-shot most of them. But yeah. Mingus. Lightbird, that is dark. What is dark weak against? Do I have the dark weakness? Armor Plasma. I guess I have to counter again. See, I told you, this is why I don't like doing it. Or Revenge, whatever. Wait, does that work? No! Ouch. What does kill you then? I don't know. Oh, it will. Okay, yay. You know, at least I could kill that guy in one shot. What the fuck? I don't know. No. I can't speak today. I can't speak right now, actually. Where's my heal? That's a full heal. I don't know why not showing it to you. There it is. I found it. Bro, I just wanna like find it, you know? I just wanna find it and leave. That's what I wanna do. But these guys are annoying. I don't know why Team Plasma has to be here. With that, fighting with the lower the HP and stronger the attack. I thought it was the stronger the move, the stronger the attack. Like the stronger the move that hits you. I thought it was that. That's how surprised that it killed. Because you always let the person go first to hit you, and then if it hits you, it does more damage. That's why. Yeah, that's how it works. It's like Smashy Bros or something. Well, I love Smashy Bros. I fucking love Smashy Bros. Why do you have to Trubbish? Smashy Bros. I love Smashy Bros. I don't actually. I'm bad at Smashy Bros. I just grew up with it, so I'm better than like most people. But I think like people who actually play the game, I'm not good. I'm not. Why do y'all, bro? You know what? Fuck you. Wait, what? Oh, does Synchronize only work against my own type? Oh. This man's Kirby's land down. Okay, well I can deal with that, at least. Okay, that's actually very easy to deal with. But yeah. Why does this guy here do... I had to do a part of Smash because they became super icky, so I dissociated. I used to just play Smashy Bros with my cousin, and that was it. Are you sure about that? I am sure about that, actually. Right now and again, though, I play Bowser Jr. And Junior. Da Vinci. Da Vinci. God, the fact that, I don't know, the fact that every encounter has been everything but the Tynamo that, you know, exists here is so stupid to me. I thought I would get it surely by now, but no. But like I said, I've gotten every encounter but that. Are you serious? Okay, well, you're dead now, bye. I just hope I don't have to use you again. It's playing hard to get you. Because... Wait, no, I'm confused. Oh my god. Oh, yay. Yippee. I like I'm really not getting... I'm not getting experience anymore. Experience does not exist for me anymore. I don't want to go over there. I want this item. Bro, it's just spiders. All it is spiders. Like I said, I literally found every single encounter you can get in this game, in this cave, but fucking Tynamo. Fucking sucks. I knew it would be difficult to catch him, but I didn't think it would be this bad. Oh, well I can evolve him now. Yay. If I wanted to. I don't think I'm gonna fight that Team Plasma grunt, I'm being so honest. So I have to fucking find him now, I found that. Cause he won't be using electric version, yeah. I guess. What do I even use? What's Mingus level at? Okay, I'll use Mingus. Mingus, don't fucking die, I swear to god. You're finally on level, you can like finally do something, you know? So please don't fucking die, Mingus. I'm trusting you not to die. Please. See, they use Pursuit because they're shit. Now you have to use Takedown because you're not shit. Yeah, see, I told you. Is Dark... Does Dark resist Dark? I forgot. Respawn Tano Cubes, that's it is hard to ask actually, because it's an 8% chance. Well, 2% right now. Thank you, Mingus. Mingus got so much experience for that. What the fuck? I'm not finding Neptune Plasma Grunt. That guy fucking sucks. Okay, now I should be able to catch him, right? Yeah. Now everything will go into place. Mingus reviews notes. Okay, no. I was trying to ask when I was 9 times the cool. Yeah. You know, maybe I should give you the game and then you'll like get it like instantly, you know? I should give you my save file. And then you'll get it instantly. I think that's how it'll work, actually. Knowing my luck, yeah, that's how it'll work. And you sound luckier than me. So, you know. And that's how it'll work. Ouch. I got rocked. Can he not use his shit fucking ground type against me now? Okay, you're using a shit fucking electric type against me now. That's cool. Yeah, I want this, bro. Because of shiny luck though, that's where it all goes down. I mean, I don't really care. I just want the fucking Pokemon at this point, you know? Are you serious? Bro, they're not doing anything to you. Just do it, please. Thank you. Stop fucking missing your attacks. Stop being different, bro. Just stop trying to be different. I don't know why you're trying to be different so bad. Mingus. Zero has a... It's like a wet napkin. I mean... I was also like, you know... immune to its move. Well, not immune, but I resist its move. So yeah. Mingus. Please, I've seen you all before. I just want my thing. The fact that I can just run away from them because they're all like low level just fucking sucks, you know? I just want it. I just want it. What the fuck? What the fuck is this? This better be something good. Okay, that wasn't really something good. Whatever. I don't need this. What's up here? An item. Bright powder, what does that do? I don't know what that does. Bye. Why am I not fighting anything anymore? What the fuck? Mingus? No, okay. I don't know why I said Mingus. Like Mingus would make the encounter easier. I don't know why I said that. Mingus phase. Use your powers. Mingus, you have to use your powers. I'm not wasting any more balls on Joltix. Cause I don't even know what their abilities are. The Mingus brain rot? No. Mingus has to use his powers to help me. That's what it is. Mingus is being selfish right now, though. He's holding back. I don't know why. You think because I'm like his owner, he would love me, but no. He doesn't love me. Oh, I don't want to fight you. Oh, that sucks. I really didn't want to fight you. Why are you here? Go away. Godzilla. Wait, is Godzilla dark? I don't got that shit, bruh. I don't got anything good for this shit, bruh. Dark Sight. Yeah, I don't got anything good. Oh, wait, I do. Wait, no, I don't. Cause, yeah, you're dark. Never mind. No, I'm confused. Mingus is gonna die now. Mingus, look out! No, Mingus, I told you to look out. Well, that'll do nothing, right? Nope. Mingus didn't look out. What was I supposed to do? Mingus didn't look out. Yeah, I don't have that. Mingus, look out. Okay, that's cool. Lilligant. Is Lilligant the water thing? Oh, Lilligant is the grass thing. Sure. Mingus now. Wait, maybe now that Mingus is dead, maybe now he'll help me. Maybe now he'll see the way, you know? I don't know. I don't know if he'll actually see the way. What'd that do? Oh. That's what that do. Wait, why am I still not? Oh my god, you go before me because you're so much faster now. Bye. But are you dead? No. Okay, whatever. You know, fuck you. Mingus. Everyone does Mingus. I should just use Spy again. Yeah, I should just use Spy again. You know what? Fuck you. Mingus does know the way. Are you serious? Oh my god, I have to pass 2 checks now. 2 skill checks, this sucks. I failed one of them, okay. I'm not dealing with this, bro. I don't care. I'm not doing this. Oh wait, you're so confused. Okay, well, that sucks. That means they would have done it anyway. Oh, you're just dead. Okay, that's cool. I think I do have to deal with this. Unfortunately, I think I do have to deal with this. And that means passing 2 checks. Okay, why can't he just do this? Why can he actually just do this? That actually just fucking sucks. Like, what do you want me to do about it? I will just kill everyone. I don't want to deal with the fucking teeter dance. I just don't. I will just do this instead. I don't fucking care anymore. This is what happens when I'm tired. Okay, now you'll drain him, right? Yep. God, I should have just been able to kill you. I don't know why I wasn't able to just kill you. I really don't know. Oh my fucking god. When do you get... I don't know. Do I just use fucking side beam every single time? I don't... Yeah, they just use teeter dance again. I don't know what that does. Oh wait, that buffs you. Why'd you have to do that? Bro, why couldn't you do teeter dance when I was in the fucking air? Because this'll do nothing. And I just had to spam it. Okay, there we go. Bro, how many times can he do this? Okay, thank you. Just fucking die, actually. Fuck off. I'm gonna give me strikes again. What the fuck is Ducklet? I didn't even know there was another one. You know what? I don't care. I kill him. I don't care. I have this guy. I don't care anymore. Just kill him. This is the only one I have. The green, yeah, the green is here. This is the only one I have. Bye. Bro, that was actually so fucking annoying. It's the fact that she didn't even, like, capitalize on the fucking thing. She just was so fucking annoying. For no reason. And one-shot Tala, bro, I don't know. For real, yeah. I told you, this sometimes Pokemon just feels like you're just fighting against the most fucking annoying thing possible. And you're just like, yeah, whatever, I don't care. Fight it. Because I should have killed with the first fly, and then I didn't. I didn't kill. That was the worst part. Oh my god! You know what? It's because of that fucking annoying fight. And they gave it to me. Get him, Mingus. You're lower level, you should be able to, I don't know. You just don't get paralyzed, please. I don't want to heal you. Okay, you got paralyzed, what the fuck? Oh, I thought I used tackle. But no, they used tackle against me. Don't kill it, don't kill it, don't kill it. Oh my fucking god. Oh my fucking god. Oh my fucking god. You know what? Sure, whatever. I can't attack this guy at all. Every single kill him. Her. Every single killer. I did it. I did it. Thank you, Mingus. Let's go. Okay, what did I think I gave you a boy's name. I did. Okay, you know what? I want to rename it then. What's a US capital that uses a lot of electricity? Because I gave it Austin. Because I know Austin uses so much fucking electricity, and and it also has like river areas, and that's why I was like, you know what, it'll be cool, but you know, sure, whatever. I can't do that anymore. Also, don't do the Seattle capital. That's one. Yeah, whatever. Not the Seattle, the Washington capital. Don't do that one. I can't do that one. I'm doing this on stream because yeah. Let's see. Wait. US capital that uses the most electricity. Let's see. Which one is this one? It is Austin. No, wait. I just guessed it was Austin. I didn't know it was Austin. Albany. But it's a girl. I had to name it a girl name. Okay, let's see. Let's look at the list of capitals. Okay, so I got Philadelphia. I got Baltimore. Wait, this is wrong. What? Okay, there we go. Your state capitals. Okay, I got Montgomery. I got Chanel. I got Phoenix. I don't have Phoenix, actually. I have Little Rock. I have Denver. I have Hartford. I have Dover. I have Atlanta. I could do Atlanta. Honolulu, Boise, Springfield, Indianapolis, Des Moines, Topeka, Frankfurt, Baton Rouge. I can't do that one. Annapolis, Boston, Lansing, St. Paul, Jackson, Jefferson City, Helena. I can name it Helena. Wait, no, but that's in Montana. I can name it Lincoln, Carson, Concord, Trenton, Santa Fe, Albany, Columbus. That's a boy's name. Oklahoma City. Whoa, I wonder what the capital of Oklahoma is. Salem, Harrisburg, Providence, Columbia, Pierre, Nashville, Salt Lake City, Richmond. I can't do that one. Charleston, Madison, Cheyenne. What the fuck? Madison. Yeah, you know what? I'll name it Madison, sure. Even though Austin makes more sense, I caught a girl one and I knew I would catch a girl one too. I knew once I named it Austin, once I put Austin in my notes, I knew it would become a girl. So I just can't do that anymore. This sucks. Oh well. I am saving. Actually, wait, I shouldn't save. Go back, I don't want to save. I want to save after I do something. Okay, Megan's item take. I am sorry. Item give. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? There it is. Okay, now I can save. Because I know I was gonna forget to do that. And I gotta get it to level 39. I mean, it has the XP tree now. It's not coming off until it becomes level 39. I don't care. But yeah. I'm gonna go over here now. Hello. My name is Celeste Solaria. I just caught an 8% chance Pokemon. I hope you're having a good time. I'm gonna end the stream now. Because I'm tired as fuck. Yeah, this is longer than I usually go for. I usually end at 4 hours 30 minutes actually, so it's not that much longer. But I am getting hungry. So I do want to have food. It'll probably be a fucking sandwich, but you know what? I'm a woman, that's all I can make. Anyway. Let's see, what's tomorrow? Tomorrow's Monday. I still had to make a thumbnail for my video, my short. And I had to make a thumbnail for this stream. It kind of sucks that I didn't have audio for the first hour. But, you know, if it was the first hours, then whatever. You know, at least it wasn't for more than half the stream, or else I would kill myself in-game. But, yeah. Let's see, tomorrow's Monday, so no stream. I mentioned that. Wait, you did? I didn't see. Because I think chat was so busy during then, so I didn't see. But yeah, let's see. And thanks for the block. Let's see. Tomorrow, no stream, it's Monday. Tuesday, I'm gonna start Breath of the Wild. That'll be fun. Wednesday.
There you go. Have a head pat.
Just can't imagine the attack sounds. Thank you. Thanks for the head pat. Wednesday, more Pokemon. I'm gonna start from exactly this point. I think that's honestly hilarious. And then we can look for all the seeds. And then Thursday, no stream. Because it's Thursday, and then Friday, Splatoon Raiders. I'm gonna beat the secret boss, maybe. I don't know if I'm gonna do that with people, because like I said, it's easier solo. So I think if we have too much trouble, I'm just gonna like say, hey, can we all do this solos, and it's so much easier, and then, you know, we'll see what happens. And then Saturday, more Endocopia. I really enjoyed that game. So yeah. Hi Trey, I'm ending. Goodbye Trey. Let me just find someone to raid. It looks like this person's ending too, so I don't know if I want to raid them. This person's playing original Resident Evil. Actually, no, never mind. I was gonna say who's playing Black and White, but I don't want to raid someone playing Black and White because I don't want spoilers, because I actually don't know anything about this game. Just gonna say goodnight, Trey. I also can't raid anyone playing Black and White because there's only one B3 playing Black and White, so yeah, whatever. Try this raid. Who the fuck are you? I don't know this person. Oh wait, they're recommended, that's why. All the people it's recommending are like more popular than me, and I don't like rating people more popular than me because then I just feel like a scrub. I don't know. Okay, that I said that wrong. I don't like rating people way bigger than me, like way bigger than me. That's what I should say. Because I just feel like I'll get drowned out. I don't know. I like rating people with like similar viewers to me, if that makes sense. I don't know. I have met some people like this too, though, where they only rate people with similar viewers to them. I guess because it's more like solidarity. I don't know. And I think that's what it is for me. It's more of a solidarity thing. Oh, this person's playing Mina, but I don't want Mina spoilers. I haven't played it yet. I was gonna play it, and then I just chose to play Breath of the Wild instead. Oh my fucking god. Are you ending? You are not ending. I will raid them. Okay. I will just do this then. Do that if you're not a sub. If you're a sub, do this instead. Do that instead if you're a sub. I kind of hate that I have to type it out every single time, but Nightbot won't type it out correctly, so yeah. Anyway, this is a lot of fun. Yeah, have a good night, everyone. I'm gonna have a yummy sandwich while I edit a thumbnail, so that'll be fun. Anyway, goodbye.